Good morning. It's great to have everyone here for our first full week plenary of 2023. Feels like we just met, and we met by phone in February, but it is great to see you all in person. We have almost a full complement in person at this meeting. Warren is, from what we understand, is very, very close to being able to come to the United States. I'm not sure how we're going to let that happen, but Warren is still awaiting all the details to get a visa to travel to the US, and I'm sure we'll welcome him in June. And Julie is also joining us virtually this week from Canada. So welcome to you in the virtual world. I also want to welcome Greg and Neil to their first in-person board meeting as full-fledged members. Greg, you made it. It's a long trip. Welcome from New Zealand. It's great to have you on board. And Neil, great to have you here too. And Neil attended, as you remember, part of our December meeting too. I also wanted to note that everyone should have received their agenda papers for the meeting, and notice of the meeting has been provided to the public, and the agenda papers are available on our board's website. We are a full house. No one has given apologies for this week, so we will have everyone vote in when we need to have votes too on exposure drafts and other major decisions. A number of observers are with us this week, and I wanted to highlight their participation for the PIOB. Janine, welcome, Janine. It's good to have you back. Jim Dowkin, our CAG chair, it's great to have you. We have a new participant from the JFSA. Yosh had to give his apologies, but Koichi, it's great to have you here as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will have observers of the European Commission, Roger and Delia, during the sustainability sessions from time to time. We also have a couple of guests from the US SEC as well, Nigel and Lorraine. Welcome to our board meetings. So busy week, if you've noticed. You guys, I looked around the room, there's lots of energy, so that's good. But there was also lots of reading done between over the last couple of weeks, and we have a lot of really important topics to discuss and progress. We're going to start this week with a busy day. We have 3 topics on the agenda today: going concern, disruptive technology, and sustainability. The purpose of our going concern discussion today is to move towards approval of the proposed ISA 570. We hope to approve the exposure draft on Friday, but get through all of the issues today. The going concern task force will turn around the proposed revised ISA 570 after this meeting and distribute a draft by Thursday at 5 p.m. for approval on Friday. And then the next topic today is disruptive technology. We're doing a lot in that sphere. You will receive an update on our activities since the September 2022 meeting. And remember, at that meeting, we did some breakout sessions to identify ways to move this initiative forward and to prioritize our focus areas. We've made some progress on that front, and we're looking for some input from you today. Then finally, we turn to sustainability. This is, for anyone who looked closely at our agenda for the week, is occupying, I think, at least 65% of our time, not surprisingly. We're going to discuss today the objectives, definitions, and all the requirements and application materials. The only components outstanding are the introduction section and the appendix with illustrative assurance reports, and one area that includes there's some things that the task force noted that they're going to get to, such as issues related to double materiality that will be featured in future drafts as well. One element of our sustainability discussions is going to occur tomorrow morning is how we're working with other boards in this sphere and other stakeholders. And we're really lucky to have three leading experts in this field joining us: Sue Lloyd, the vice chair of the IAASB, who will give us an update on IFRS S1 and S2 and their future plans; Bastian Book, chief of standards at the Global Reporting Initiative. He will give an update on GRI and including the interconnection with other sustainability reporting standard setters, including the IAASB. Patrick Ducambourg, who's chair of the EFRAG's Sustainability Reporting Board. He'll give us an update on the ESRS's and Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. And then we will have David Madden joining us from IFAC to give us an update on the latest state of play. So that will be really helpful as we consider our work with other players in the field. On Thursday, we'll discuss ISA for LCEs. We're seeking the board's views and recommendations on proposed visions to part 2 through 6 and the requirements related to accounting estimates. On Friday morning, we're back to listed entity and PI. We'll be spending some time on this topic before we hopefully approve the going concern exposure draft. You'll be getting an overview of respondents' comments on the ED, and you'll be asked for feedback on the task force's initial views and recommendations relevant to track 1 of the narrow scope project. On all of these projects, we're at a critical time, and the board has done a really good job in recent board meetings about hitting the right level of strategic versus drafting comments. But because we're at such critical moments in many of these projects, if you're not sure whether your comment is just a nitpick or a strategic input, I'd rather you air it in our board meeting. And so please do so. Really huge thanks to task force, worker groups, and staff for all their hard work, getting the board papers ready to go. There's a few things before we start our discussion today and before I hand over the mic to Josephine that I'd like to note. Probably most importantly is this is our first public meeting under our new organization structure. We are now in the International Foundation for Ethics and Audit. You know, we are no longer formally under IFAC from a legal perspective. During this week, we'll have an executive session to where you'll hear an update on all that's happening on the foundation side. But this is an important milestone about getting the standard setting boards in an independent, publicly accountable entity. IFAC has been really helpful to us in this transition. Will continue to provide us essential support under the SLAs, service level agreements. But we wanted to let you know where we stand on it, but it is a milestone in the monitoring group reform process. So just to highlight that, we have issued our consultation on the strategy of work plan. Just to remind you that feedback is due by April 11th. Please remind stakeholders that you deal with to participate in some or all of the areas that are highlighted in the strategy of work plan. We really need their input. We also issued an ED on group audits as it relates to LCE. Reminder that the comment period ends on May 2nd. The technology consultation group released their non-authoritative support to help address frequently asked questions and about investigating exceptions to the concept of performance materiality when performing audit procedures using automated tools and techniques. And you'll probably hear about this shortly when we talk about disruptive technology. We issued our 6th and 7th market scans related to robotic process automation and digital assets, which I'm sure is generating some interest considering recent events. Lots of outreach is happening. I don't want to go through all of it because it's in the agenda paper one, but I've been to Europe to meet with key stakeholders, both at IAASB and on the European level as it relates to sustainability. I've met with, recently participated in the IAASB sustainability symposium in Montreal. Been speaking to investor groups as well. I think that's going to inform a lot of our strategy and time in terms of timelines. But I encourage everyone to look at what we've done from an outreach perspective. We keep on getting encouragement to pursue all the projects that we have on the agenda as expeditiously as possible. Just so you know, in terms of coordination with IAASB on sustainability, we will participate in their roundtables at the end of March and beginning of April. Really thankful that Bill, Chun-Wei, Dan, and Claire are participating on our behalf. And it's really important as we continue our sustainability work that we maintain an integrated approach, even if we're on slightly different timelines with IAASB. Just a reminder to everyone who's listening in that Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube remain platforms by which you can follow the IAASB. I encourage the board members to use those platforms as well. Finally, from a logistical standpoint, remember, this particularly maybe for our new members, is to speak, please press the button, but more importantly, when you're done speaking, please press it again to turn your microphone off. The cameras are very much linked to the microphones. And when you want to be called upon, just raise your name tent like that. And then put it down when you're done. Okay, I think we're all set to go. Anyone want to raise any issues before we turn to the substance of our meeting? We ready for going concern? No concerns about going concern? Yeah. Great. Okay, so I'm always like to think of the big picture. The big picture is our goal is to approve the exposure draft this week. And with that, I turn it over to Josephine. Mid-sip.
Hi, good morning, everybody. First of all, congratulations to those of you who participated in New York's half marathon yesterday. Obviously, Kalina, Sally Ann, and I would have participated, but we were going through board comments, so unfortunately not. Maybe next year we'll join in. Also, before we kick off with a little funny story, on Friday I was complaining to Sally Ann that yet again I'm spending another Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day in the UK. And Sue will appreciate this as well. Another Mother's Day in the green room. But I did say to her, but hey, at least it's not my birthday, which of course, would be a lot worse. Unfortunately, it was actually Sally Ann's birthday yesterday. So we just want to wish Sally Ann a belated happy birthday if we can. So thank you for joining us in the green room on your birthday. Okay, so next slide, please. So this is the reminder of the lovely task force. Everyone's smiling. I hope they're still smiling this evening when we meet together, just like that. But of course, we have Isabel, Wendy, and Ado. And then moving on again, we have the agenda. And Tom's actually already talked us through this a little bit, but just to go through, this morning we're going to have 3 questions. One is for views on the revised standards. The second question will be any of your views on the conforming amendments. And the third question today we'll cover is whether there's anything we've missed from our explanatory memorandum or things that you think we might need to add to that as we're concluding on the EM. You will receive, of course, the revised standard by Thursday end of day, and then Friday morning, or Friday actually in the afternoon, I think we're going to discussion and hopefully final sign off for exposure. I do want to take the time now to thank the board comments for all their comments, the board, sorry, for all their comments early. That was really, really helpful, and we really do appreciate that. And as I say, we've already been working through some of them in ahead of our task force meeting this evening, where we'll talk to the task force members about some of the points that were raised. And if we go to the next slide. Sally Ann, do you want to give us a recap on the objectives and the qualitative characteristics?
Absolutely. So what we've got on this slide is just to bring everybody back to the project proposal that we voted on a whole year ago, actually, I believe. So those are the overall project objectives that are outlined there, A through C. And then, as you know, in explaining how the shareholders' needs can be served, we obviously look to the PIF and the qualitative standing setting characteristics. And we as a task force and as a board have approached addressing the qualitative characteristics in two ways. You will have seen it permeate throughout all the issues papers. We've highlighted the qualitative characteristics. And then as part of the agenda item, we've also attached an appendix where we've highlighted all the proposed project actions. We've pulled them all together and then highlighted those qualitative standard setting characteristics that were top of mind in addressing what things we were going to address, and more importantly, how to address each of the proposed actions. So that's just an overall summary. Thanks, Josephine.
Thank you, that's great. So if we move on to the next slide. So we'll go through now some of the feedback we've got from the CAG and the SMPAG. In terms of the CAG, and I will obviously turn to the CAG chair, who's at the very end of the table there, to just make sure we've covered this off correctly. We did really have a good catch up with the CAG. Overall, they do remain supportive of the exposure draft, particularly on our continued engagement with the IAASB, and suggested that we continue that in the post-exposure period as well, which we will do. And they also supported the new language we have in the standard, which is aligned and consistent with language in the IFRS accounting standards. Hilda Blommer raised the point again that there does seem to be still some mixed views over the practicality of the proposals in respect of the timeline. And some had suggested that perhaps you could differentiate this requirement to extend the commencement date, so it would only apply to audit supplies. Of course, one of the challenges with differentiating it from that perspective is that now we're differentiating work effort, which isn't something that we have differential requirements for now. So that's something to consider. In terms of transparency, again, they have very broad support for enhanced transparency in the auditor's report, and they really like the guidance we'd included the cautionary guidance about the provision of original and entity-specific information, because if you recall, we presented that in December, but of course, last time we spoke to CAG, it was September, so that was fairly new to them. Jim, is there anything else you wanted to add to that before I move on to the next feedback piece?
Thank you, Josephine. And I was looking at the minutes I received, and we did have quite a discussion and going concern. But I agree that the CAG offered overall support for where it's been. I just wanted to highlight the second bullet point you had there and the importance of the continued engagement and the alignment of the language that came out from a number of members. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. So if we move to the next slide, we also got some feedback from the SMPAG. Again, they're supportive for us issuing the exposure draft for public comment. They still also have some concern over the extension of the timeline and the practicality of the proposals there. But generally, they're very supportive of the scalability examples that we've included in the draft standard. And they did raise the fact that they feel potentially 18 months in terms of implementation period might actually not be long enough. So asked us to noodle over that a little bit. And they are, of course, supportive of our coordination efforts with the fraud task force and potential alignment of effective date. Okay. We could move to the next slide. Thank you. Before I move on to the key themes from the board offline comments, we actually also wanted to mention the PIOB comments. And Janine, of course, please do feel free to jump in on this, but generally PIOB have articulated their support for the project and for the changes that we have made to strengthen the risk assessment procedures and the response procedures, as well as support from the PIOB for the auditors through the work around the auditor's evaluation of management's assessment of going concern. Thank you. Again, yeah, thank you very much again for the comments. We had some really positive comments from board members. We really appreciated that. And with some incredibly well spotted editorials. But coming through, we would say there's probably 4 key themes. The first is on the scope. There are a couple of comments requesting further clarity in paragraph A1 regarding the relationship between ISO 701 CAMS and the auditor's description in the going concern standard. Then there was, in terms of management's assessment, the restructure that we did actually appears to be supported, but a number of people said that they would prefer that paragraph 20 is reallocated. So that's the request of management to make an assessment if it's not already done. In terms of concluding, there was a suggestion that whether we could add a going concern lens to the standback, or alternatively, others suggested that we just delete it altogether and include it in the application material. And then in terms of reporting, there was some clarification required in the application material about the scope of the requirement in 35B. And that's the differentiation for listed entities in respect to the auditor's description of the work effort in relation to going concern. So those are the key themes coming through, but otherwise, as I say, it was all very positive from the comments that received offline. So next slide, please. Okay, so matters for the IAASB consideration here. This is your comments on the proposed changes generally overall to the draft proposed standard. So Tom, I can move that over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. This is general comments. We're going to walk through the draft afterwards, or do you want to bundle? Okay, bundle.
Yeah, okay, we can bundle them if you like. Okay, we'll do some big bundling though, because there's not a lot of changes here. Yeah, okay, so thank you. So why don't we start with the introduction all the way through to the end of the definitions. So the introduction, so you've got page 1 all the way through to the top of page 3. Thank you.
Page 1 to 3, and I assume the accompanying application material. Okay. Any comments on the first 3 pages? None.
Okay, thank you. Then let's take the risk assessment procedures up to paragraph 15 and the accompanying application materials. So before we get to evaluating management's assessment, so that's middle of page 3 through to almost the end of page 4 on my version anyway. Thank you.
Any comments? And remember, just because we highlighted the offline comments, please feel free to make your remarks. Diane and then Julie.
Hi there, and I may have missed, I couldn't get there fast enough, and I did send in a bunch of comments ahead of time. First of all, thanks for all the hard work that you guys did in pulling this together. I did want to follow up on a comment that I sent forward, which dealt with an application paragraph. I believe it was A5, and it was the comment about there was a will in that, and I wanted to confirm if the will was surviving. So this dealt with the auditor being in a position that the entity will be unable to meet its obligations. And I thought that struck me as a pretty hard line. And I was questioning whether an auditor would be in a position to definitively conclude on will. So I did send that in ahead of time. I was curious what the answer was. And then my other comment that I had was the definition of, I believe it was material uncertainty, and whether we were going to give any additional color to that. I think I might have sent that in as well. For substantial doubt. Hold on. Yeah, substantial doubt. Material uncertainty. Is there any additional color that we want to get in the application material about what would, as an example of a material uncertainty? Thank you.
Julie?
Thank you, and congratulations, Josephine, and your task force for getting us to this place. And I'm sure you're looking forward to Friday when you'll have your ED vote. I wasn't quick enough on the last round either, but you've tagged the point, Josephine, about the interaction with CAM in the offline comments, and that was one of the comments that I'd sent through. You tagged it to A1, so that's why I'm raising it now. But it was one of the comments that I had that maybe some clarity around how the different paragraphs work together and how the interaction with CAM would work was one of my comments. Thanks.
Any other comments? Okay, Josephine, back to you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the last 2 points, the example and the interaction one and A1, we will take away. In terms of the will in A5, we had pulled this from material from our accounting standard setters, sisters and brothers, as it were. But I think Diane's point here is that from the auditor's perspective, through the auditor's lens, that's quite a hard bar for them to reach. And so have asked that the task force reconsider that and putting it back to will. So we'll take that back to the task force tonight. Thank you. Yeah, May, sorry. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So we're now, I would think we should now look at the evaluation of management's assessment. So that's paragraph 16 through to, let's take that to paragraph 19. Thank you. And of course, the associated application material. Thank you.
16 through 19. Sachiko.
Good morning, everybody. I have a comment relating to paragraph A30, which is a application material to attach to paragraph 16, and relating to the paragraph 18. I think paragraph A30 states that in some circumstances, a lack of detailed analysis by management to support its assessment may not prevent the auditor from concluding whether management used the going concern basis for accounting is appropriate in the circumstances which attach to paragraph 16. On the other hand, paragraph 18, which is a requirement to evaluate method, assumption, and data in accordance with paragraph 16, the relevant application material A33 to A38 do not contain a similar statement to paragraph A30. Since the paragraph 18 is referring to paragraph 60, I think the concept of A30 will also apply to paragraph 18 as well. As such, I think the intention of paragraph 18 is that detailed evaluation of the method, assumption, and the data may not be necessary to conclude whether management use of going concern basis of accounting is appropriate in the same some circumstances as A30. But I received some comment that it is not very clear, and paragraph 18 and related application material seems to suggest that requiring extensive procedure, even in circumstances when the entity has a profitable operation, etc., for particularly large complex entity, because there is no guidance similar to A30 for paragraph 18, and the scalability paragraph in A38 only talks about the complexity of method, assumption, and data. So if the task force intention is that A30 also apply to the situation in paragraph 18, that may need to be clarified in the application material. It may be just the issue of referencing sick, but task force I think the task force can take a look at that. That's all. Thank you.
Sue?
Thank you. Thanks, Josephine and the task force for all the work here. I think, there's a lot that's been addressed, and I particularly wanted to reflect thanks for addressing the individually in the aggregate. Gosh, mouth's not working already. In those kind of points. I had a point. It was on A30. I'd actually raised it offline in relation to A44, but it's a phrase that we've sort of shortened. And it talks about when the entity has profitable operations and no liquidity concerns. And the previous phrase was a history of profitable operations and ready access to financial resources. And I feel that by shortening that, we've lost something. And if I think about in the practical context, there's a big difference between a company that has a strong history and has that access rather than they might have just turned a profit in the current year. So I felt we were potentially lowering the bar there and would ask that you look at that again in those two paragraphs, please. Thanks.
Okay, Sue, next time, they were having trouble hearing in the back. So, and this is for everyone, I should have said this earlier, speak closely to the microphone because the sound won't carry to the back of the room. Okay, Josephine.
Yeah, so I'm going to work backwards a little bit because I know I see what Sue is saying. If I can explain what we were trying to do, and we probably haven't quite got it right, is we felt that a history of profitable operations could be, for example, $2 every year, and that's not really what you think about when you think about profitability. So we were trying to talk about profitable operations, and also generally we might not have quite got that right. And then of course, a ready access to financial resources isn't quite the same as no liquidity. We felt like no liquidity concerns was stronger. We were trying to strengthen it. So we changed it in response to other comments. But I'm more than happy to go back to how it was before, but we would like to get board's views on this because I think because we've actually, to Sue's point, we've actually put it all the way through the standard. So if we reverse it, we're reversing it in quite a lot of places. And obviously I'd like to hear from the task force members as well on this point too.
In context, in the current context though, there is some validity where you can have positive net income and have severe asset liability mismatch. And because changes are just flowing through comprehensive income, you could have a going concern problem at the same time. So I felt like this change at least was somewhat responsive to current events, and removing it may be less than adequate too, but I get the point. So we're sort of, is there another way to articulate it? Any other views on? Isabel?
Yes, I'm a member of the task force, but consistent with what you said, an history of profitable result does not mean that the result will be profitable forever, and we have seen a lot of such example in the recent years. Thank you.
I think the general feeling is to leave it as it is, but I'd want to make sure that I'm getting nods around the table as well.
By leave it as it is with a revision. Yeah, okay, about liquidity. Bill?
Not talking about that particular sentence, but you raise in light of current events. Is it appropriate now, should we talk later, that I think the banks, the question makes going concern a very topical issue at the moment. And well, I don't want to get into a long discussion about what happened, but how do you feel about that in terms of the ED going out at this time? Is there any further comms that should go with that?
Let's deal with this narrow discussion first, then we could get to the broader point.
Okay,
Ada?
Ada, thank you.
Yes, I'm a member of the task force as well, and the text as we've presented it, I feel very strongly about it. So a history of profitable results doesn't mean enough is not strong enough.
Diane?
Yeah, I would agree as well. I think it also anchors it to the fact that it is this point in time assessment. You know, I think the history is nice, helpful, but I think the more relevant is at this point in time, will this company have the ability to continue? So I am quite comfortable with the words that you've drafted.
Okay. Sue?
So I just wanted to respond. I hear the feedback, and it's a different lens perhaps to the practical experience that I had dealing with smaller companies in the less complex entity environment where companies would bob in and out of profit. And I completely take the point that the current situation is there. I was looking at it from the perspective actually of having the discussion with somebody about whether or not they were going to extend their assessment. And if the comeback was, well, we're profitable this year, this was potentially lowering that bar. But I understand where the task force is coming from. So I'll just leave it for your consideration. But I get that point as well. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you. And then Sachiko, yes. I mean, if you think about it, the paragraph 16 already has an application reference to A30. And then those paragraphs that follow, the audit procedures required by paragraph 16 shall include evaluating. I mean, we'll talk to the task force, we can slot it in there. The only thing is that even within the context of the method and the assumptions and the data, even it's still scalable work, that those requirements still need to be undertaken in that situation, but there just wouldn't be as much work effort in that respect. So I do want to make it clear that these requirements are still valid. You can't not do the requirements in that situation, but I don't think that's what you're saying. You still have to go through this, but
Yeah.
okay, all right. So in terms of that, you would like to see the A30 in there too?
Yeah, just a hook, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk to the task force. Thank you very much.
Bill, on your point, I think we should be very careful about being too reactive to current events, but any press release we would put out related to the exposure draft, probably in one of our quotations, we could reflect it. I actually pointed out in the examples in the A6 too, that probably is an example about asset liability mismatches and the potential of risk associated with that. But I think we should also be very careful, like not being too reactive to a point in time at developments in the marketplace, because there'll be something else in a year or so. But I'll probably deal with it in a quotation or two in the press release when it goes out. Josephine?
Thank you.
Janine?
Thanks, Tom. Yes, just to, if I may also comment on this with the recent events from a PIB perspective. We have also thought about the recent events in light of the ED going out, but I think what you suggest, Tom, makes sense. But when the ED is out and when there's more information about what caused these issues at the several banks and the role that the auditor played, it would be good, we think, if the IAASB would take time to look into the underlying root causes, so to say, and whether the ED, the changes, the revised standards would have made a difference or would address these root causes. If there were, of course, issues, valid issues that the auditor has not done something that should have been done or whatsoever. But so we think it's an important thing, because now we are revising the standard and there are these recent events. And if we don't fully understand how this standard would could have impact maybe these situations or not. It's a missed opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, Josephine.
Thank you. Our technical director has reminded me of something, and so apologies. I'm going to take you back in time a little bit. On the 701 issue, we just want to make sure that it's very clear and understood where we had landed with this. Essentially, auditor reporting CAM style, which is, if you like, paragraph, I'm getting into the detail now. So paragraph 13B of 701, how a matter was addressed in the audit. Essentially, it's talking about the work effort there. This is all now dealt with in ISO 570. So we have broken the link, if you like, to 701 by saying any kind of reporting, which is CAM style like reporting, is now dealt with and reported upon in accordance with ISO 570. So we just wanted to make it that very clear, because if that's not clear now, if there's concern about that, we want to make sure we air that now. So if you think about it, there are a couple of things to remember. So the description of the key audit matters in accordance with 701 addresses, first of all, why the matter was considered to be one of most significance in the audit. And essentially, this standard 570 is saying it is. We have decided that in a listed company environment, it is important for the audit to describe the work effort they've done, which is essentially 13B and 701. And so that's what we were trying to clarify in the application material to paragraph 1, where we talk about 701 and the link. So, so I'm just going to hand over back to you, Tom, just to make sure everybody's clear about that. And if not, we probably need to just iron that out a little bit.
Okay. Any comments or concerns? Fully understood? Nods? Yeah. Okay, understood.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving on now to.
Sorry, Julie raised her hand. Quick. I saw your hand was up briefly.
Yeah. Well, I took it down because we were carrying on. But Josephine, I would say that wasn't clear upon reading it. I think it was abundantly clear when you were in the material uncertainty place, but it was not clear in the close call space. So I don't know if there's an ability to make that more clear, because that was really, when looking at it, it was what if I've chosen to have a CAM related to a closed call? How did the paragraphs interact? So that's the context of where the ask was coming from. So I thought I would just make that point, because it wasn't abundantly clear to me anyway when I was reading it.
Okay, so if we, I'm just trying to think of an example off the top of my head. So if you had an impairment issue and you felt that was a significant matter under 701, and therefore you wanted to write a CAM on it, but it was also related to your going concern work, then you want to make sure it's clear that you may have similar information. You might have to just cross-reference between the two and okay, thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, right? But there are occasions when a close call will be a significant matter, and the auditor may want to have a CAM on it. And so it was, yeah, how does that work together?
Okay.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Okay, so moving on, perhaps we could go to the requesting management to make or extend its assessment part of the standard. So if we do paragraphs 20 all the way through to 23, please, and then of course the associated application material. Thank you.
Paragraphs 20 to 23. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you, and Warren, hope to see you in person soonly. I have one comment to paragraph 21. As I have noted in previous meetings, the requirement in this paragraph goes beyond what is required in many financial reporting frameworks, including IFRS. It seems to me that the IAASB is going beyond its remit in relation to auditing standards and is seeking to remedy supposedly deficient financial reporting standards. Thanks.
Thanks, Kai.
Thank you, Kai, and I understand that we don't necessarily are coming to the same point on that. The IFRS standards say minimum period, so it is not beyond what is in the accounting requirements from that perspective, from our view. But I do appreciate that you have concern over that, and we have obviously noted that. Thank you.
Thanks, Josephine.
I see no other hands.
Okay, thank you. So information used in management's assessment, so paragraphs 24 and 25, and also as we're all in a good mood, why don't we also pick up 26 and 27? So that's covering evaluating management's plans for future actions. So 24 all the way through to 27 and associated application material. Thank you.
Greg.
Thanks, Tom, and morning, everyone. My comment was just on A50, so application guidance 50, and it's really the intersection between material uncertainty and disclaimer. So if you look in A50, there's a hint of a limitation. So it says, if you can't get an external confirmation, that may give rise or maybe a limitation in the evidence. And then the auditor might do something about that. There's also an application, I think it's A80, which says a disclaimer is going to be pretty rare. So I think the standard's pointing to it's going to be pretty hard to land on disclaimer, but this one sort of leads the auditor down the disclaimer route, I wondered, just in the language, but could just be me coming at it cold. So just a thought.
Okay, Julie.
Thanks. And Josephine, in one of my comments to the task force, I'd mentioned a suggestion that we heard from some of our practitioners that consult regularly on going concern matters, that in the application material paragraph A51, which is associated with 27, would be whether or not we could add something there that would also include a point about asking about the business rationale. So it's in the paragraph that talks about financial support, and I'm wondering if we could add something there that says the auditor may also consider may consider inquiring about the business rationale for providing the support. Thanks.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. And Josephine, I just want to thank you for the changes on 21 and 25 that you made. I wanted to comment about paragraph A50. I was just confused about this, the changes that were made here, where it suggests that the auditor may consider inquiring of external finance providers. And I didn't really understand what you were driving at with that. Are you suggesting that when the external finance providers refuse to confirm the borrowing facilities, you're going to ask them, you're going to go back to them and talk to them? And what are you going to talk to them about? It just says inquire of them. So I wasn't sure whether you were talking about inquiring, asking them particular questions and what those would be, or if it was other finance providers that might be able to step in if the current finance providers are not willing to confirm their support for the borrowing facility. So just not sure what you were driving at there, and wondered if you could consider expanding that a little bit. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Sachika?
I just would like to respond to Eric's comment, because I think this is the one that the task force tried to, reflect my comment. I comment this because I received feedback that in some circumstances, getting external confirmation in written is very difficult. And in practice, there is a case that auditor ask financial provider to have some inquiry because they can give some hint and they can give some feedback, not in the written, but in their conversation. So that's why I commented on.
Shall we?
Thanks, and this is, I had the same point, and I think in my suggestion, it's an editorial suggestion to just confirm that the first one is in writing, just to make the distinction.
Okay, so a couple of comments on 850. Josephine?
Yeah, okay, so I think that's Eric's still not quite there. I was looking across at him for those on screen and he's still not quite sure. So we'll have another look at that. And yeah, thank you for that suggestion, Chumwee. That actually might help quite a bit. And Julie, the only thing on business rationale is that we do actually already have it in ability. I think we have it there because that makes more sense about when you're thinking about the obtaining evidence about the ability of include whoever it might be for that individual organization to provide financial support, then the business rationale for that financial support will help with that. But we felt that in terms of intent, it would be an odd thing to ask your intention and what's the business rationale for your intention. So we felt because it was an A52, potentially it's already covered. Is that sufficient? Could you think of them together to be fair?
I see it there now, Josephine. So I think you've got it in there. So I think it's okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And Greg, A50, clearly we need to just go back and have a look at that anyway to see if we can relieve Eric's issue and also look at your point as well. Thank you for that. It's a good point raised. And welcome. All righty. So now we need to think about we've done through 27. So now information becomes available after management has made its assessment. So paragraphs 28, 29. And then if we could also do evaluating the audit evidence obtained and concluding, which is paragraphs 30, 31 and 32. And then of course the associated application material, which I think takes us up to A59. Thank you.
Okay. Shall we?
Thanks, Tom. I came in a hurry just now, so it was remiss of me not to do a few things. First of all, to add on my welcome to Greg and to Neil. Welcome to the big IAASB happy family. And also to thank the task force for the fantastic work to bring us to where we are today. So I've sent through my offline comments, sorry to have sent in late. I hope some of the editorial suggestions were helpful. I did not raise my card earlier when Taiwo raised the point about the timeline, but just to put on record that we continue to have similar concern. I'm not expecting any change at this point, but we look forward to the ED process to engage stakeholders and focus conversation and remain open-minded to be persuaded either way. So I want to raise 2 points now, and it's on paragraph 28 and on 30, and it's really on the trigger. So 28, this is about information that becomes available after management make their assessment but before the issuance of the financial statements. And just reading the words, and I guess I'm just flagging a potential misinterpretation of what we mean here, because we say you shall determine whether or not the additional information that comes to the auditor's attention is related to the management's assessment. And I think one potential way to read it very strictly is that anything that relates to management assessment will trigger this requirement. And just, I put a slightly ridiculous example in my comment. So management assessment will include looking at revenue and cash flow, obviously. And in this intervening period, there's revenue that get generated, there's cash flow that get generated. Does it mean that you always trigger that paragraph 25 requirement for the auditors to talk to management and to do all these different things? So it's a question mark. I didn't think that it is supposed to be done that way. And I'm just wondering whether the trigger could be worded in a way that convey what we want. Paragraph 30, and this is on A, is also a trigger kind of point. And I'm just reading this in conjunction with the application material. So application material A56 observed that some degree of management bias is inherent. And I think that is a factual statement. I don't disagree with that. But 30A talks about when there are indicators of possible management bias, then you shall evaluate the implication for the audit. Now, this requirement is not new. We see it in a few other places, including 540. But just looking at this in conjunction with the application material, I wonder if it actually makes people think that you always have to do this. I think A56, what is perhaps more helpful and important is the second part, where we talk about, and I don't have it in front of me, but where, sorry, I should have it in front of me. Let me just go to it. Yeah, so the second part where we talk about the susceptibility to bias, whether intentional or not, may increase with the degree of whatever. So I thought that is the important part which we were driving at. And I wonder whether the first sentence will actually mislead people. So it's a point for the task force to consider, please. Thanks.
Eric?
Thanks, Tom. I have a comment on paragraph 28 as well. I'd raise, I know I've been banging on this for quite a couple of meetings now, and the task force did consider it, my point from before, because I'm a bit confused as to the relationship between this paragraph and ISA 560, but I acknowledge that the task force has looked at it and doesn't think there's a problem. But my stakeholders are still coming back to me on how the two work together. And so I've made one suggestion offline about perhaps trying to align the wording a little bit between the two standards so that people can get the relationship. Because I can see there could be a situation where after the auditor's report has been issued, but before the financial statements themselves have been issued, that there's a fact becomes known to the auditor. And 560 says you're not expected to conduct additional procedures to look for that after the date of the auditor's report. But this paragraph seems to suggest that you do. So that's the area of confusion. But I recognize that no one else seems to have raised this so far. My other concern was on paragraph 32, which I find is a very generic standback provision. And again, I was grateful that the task force took that point that I raised at the previous meeting and looked at 540. And when I looked at 540 and how they dealt with this standback, I saw that they had linked that standback with ISA 330. And I've also noted that our ISA 500 ED has a standback that links to ISA 330. And this is because the standback in these standards is intended to support the overall standback that's done in 330 as opposed to being a different standback. And so I've raised the point again to say that I think that we need to have a closer link between this paragraph and ISA 330 to be, if we are keeping it, to be consistent with how we've dealt with it in other standards. And in that respect, I think it would be helpful if paragraph 32 could be more closely aligned with what the auditor's work effort is in the going concern standard in terms of what the stand back looks like from that perspective, because right now it's a very general stand back. So I've suggested some wording that might address my concerns to the task force. I've just checked to see if there's any other application paragraphs that might be. That's it. Thank you.
Kai and Julie, I see you, but Josephine wanted to come in and respond to a couple of them.
Okay, so just working backwards, Eric. So 32 essentially is part of 30 and 31. So from that perspective, that's why the task force were comfortable with that and not. And also the thing we need to be really careful of is that the sufficient appropriate audit evidence is only in relation to one aspect. And so we can't have sufficient appropriate audit evidence for going concern generally. Having said that, we got a number of offline comments that suggested that actually, do we really even need this because we have 330, and why don't we just bundle it in the application material? So, you know, we haven't had an opportunity to talk to the task force about that, and we really need to do that. But essentially, then I think to some extent your issue might go away. In terms of 28 and 29, dealing with both points, essentially, we did finally get our light bulb moment. Thank you. And it was the point that you made just then, that there is that point, if the auditor's report has been signed, but before the financial state, you're right. In ISA 560, there isn't really anything the auditor's required to do unless they really believe it might have impacted the auditor's report. And that's correct. And we were standing back from it and wondering, well, are we therefore going beyond 560 and 570? And by the way that this is currently articulated, we've recognized that we are. We're building a whole new work effort into subsequent events, which isn't actually required under 560. So the intention was not to go beyond 560. So so the task force tonight will have a look at that and make sure we make that a lot clearer. And then I think also that will address Chun Wee's issue with 28 and 29 as a bundle. So thank you for that. And thank you for pursuing it, because otherwise we wouldn't have had that light bulb moment. In terms of the management's bias point, Chun-Wee, now the financial statements have to be prepared on a neutral basis. So essentially, management bias, even if unintentional, needs to be addressed because it's not neutral. And so from that perspective, so imagine that you have an error, for example. So from that perspective, it is really important that we do address it either way. And then if it is intention, of course, then it's fraud. But we didn't bring that into the requirement, we put it into the application materials. So that's why you always need to respond. And it's not just about intentional bias, it's about unintentional bias as well that you need to respond to. Okay.
And thanks for that clarification, Josephine. And therefore, I guess my suggestion for the task force to look at that first sentence in the application material, whether it helps or actually whether it confuses what we expect people to do. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Julie.
Thank you. And Josephine, my comment relates also to paragraph 32. And when I submitted my comments to the group in advance, I believe I had suggested a going concern lens to paragraph 32, but that was recognizing the fact that we discussed a few times this stand back, and so that was where I was coming from. The suggestion and maybe the suggestion from others that whether we actually need it or not would probably be my preference. So if you're going back to the task force and rethinking about that, my preference would be to have it in application material. I think we're adequately covered elsewhere in the standards. I guess my plan B or my option B would be that at least have a going concern lens to it. So thank you.
Taioe?
Thanks, Tom. And as Eric, I have a comment to paragraph 32. In my view, the requirement of this paragraph is not specific enough in relation to about what sufficient appropriate audit evidence is being obtained. The requirement needs to be clear about when sufficient appropriate audit evidence is required. And I have a proposal. My proposal is if the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding, and then I would implement a little a, the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis of accounting in the preparation of the financial statements, or, and then a little b, if events or conditions have been identified that may cast doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern, whether or not a material uncertainty exists related to such events or conditions. Then the sentence is going on with the auditor shall determine the implementation and so on. That's my proposal. Thanks.
Okay, let's try to get some firm guidance to the task force on 32. What's being suggested, you're responding to the fact that it's not clear. And many people have suggested that, have responded to that point. I personally wrote in the margins, why is this needed in the requirements? In the first place, it should be evident. The task force is then sort of preliminary considered. Maybe we need to just put this topic in application material. I just want to make sure that we're generally happy with the task force going back, considering whether 32 is even needed. We've talked about a stand back. To me, it's not even really a stand back in my mind. And let the task force come back with a proposal about application material. Is that okay?
That sounds great.
Okay. Okay, Josephine, you want to respond to any other issues that have been raised?
No, I think we've covered.
Okay.
We're covered off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Should we move to disclosures?
Yes, thank you very much, Tom. So yes, we'll just do the adequacy of disclosures before we talk about the implications for the auditor's report. So that's just paragraphs 33 and 34, and then associated application material. Thank you.
Eric.
Thanks. Paragraph 34A requires the auditor to determine whether the financial statements adequately disclose management's plans for future actions to deal with events or conditions. In my outreach, some people told me that financial reporting frameworks don't necessarily require entities to disclose management's plans for future actions. And so the suggestion that was made was that that could be more clearly linked to the financial reporting framework requirements, if that was the case, because it may not be possible to get that information disclosed in under every framework. Thank you.
Kai.
Thanks, Tom. I have one comment to paragraph 35, little a. I have mentioned in previous meetings requiring auditors to make the statements.
We're going to get to that section. That's the next section. We're just doing the adequacy of disclosures, which takes us up to 34.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Kai, for your enthusiasm to get this done. Eric, we really don't want to muck about with extant paragraphs. That's been there for donkey's years now, so we would really rather not open that up, if you don't mind. And we just haven't changed it at all. It is exactly as it sits in extant 570, and no one else has raised it. So I appreciate the point, but I'd rather not muck about with it. Thank you.
I think I may need a definition of donkey's years. How does it relate to dog's year? Okay.
Okay. So Kai. So we'll look
Sorry
at,
for this. Sorry for this.
No, that's fine. So we'll pick up paragraphs 35 all the way through to paragraph 39. And that's the implications for the auditor's report, and of course, any application material that sits with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Josephine. Thanks, and sorry for the misunderstanding. I've mentioned that I have mentioned also in previous meeting that the requirement auditors to make the statements in this paragraph 35 little a leaves, in my view, the impression that the auditor's responsibilities for a going concern are greater than those of management, and turns implicit management assertions into explicit auditor assertions, like in a direct engagement. The statements also fail to distinguish between those circumstances when management has made its own statements in the financial statements or other official documents in this regard, and when it has declined to do so. The nature of the auditor's statements ought to be dependent upon the statements that management has or has not made. Josephine, I have a further comment in this section. 1 second. It relates to paragraph 35, little b, little I, with in this reference, this paragraph, with or without an explanation of what the reference is about, or is just a bare reference required, question mark. A description of what is being referred to appears to be necessary beyond a naked reference. Then let's check. I think I have a further short comment to paragraph 37, little c, little I. On this paragraph, I have the same comment as for that of paragraph 35, little a. So then let's check. No, that's all. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, Sachika.
Thank you. First of all, I just would also like to say that I am in the same camp with Chung-Wei on the extension of the period. I still get some kind of concern, but I think it's in a stage to get built through exposure drafts. Thank you. So, and I have two comments on paragraph 35B, and I really appreciate that both two are already mentioned in the slide, so you will take a look at that, but I will like to put in the record. And the first one is about the meaning of paragraph 35B. From the wording of paragraph 35B, I thought it requires the auditor to provide small a and small 2 in the auditor's report in all circumstances where event or condition exists that make a significant doubt, but no material uncertainties exist. But when I read the issue paper agenda 2, paragraph 19 seems to explain that the intended scope of paragraph 35B is to provide transparency only in a close call situation rather than for all circumstances. In other words, the scope of paragraph 35B is where events or conditions exist that make a significant doubt. And in reaching the conclusion that was no material uncertainty, this involves significant judgment by management. So I'd like to understand what the intended scope of paragraph 35B is. And actually, I'm okay with the intended scope explained in the issue paper, i.e. not all circumstances, as there is a merit in requiring the transparency only when the auditor determines it's necessary, which may help avoiding boilerplate description. But if the intended scope is not all circumstances as explained in the issue paper, I think the wording of paragraph 35B needs to be changed so that people can understand correctly. So, and the second point is about the relationship relationship between the transparency in accordance with paragraph 35B and key audit matter, which is exactly the same point what Julie already mentioned, so I did not repeat it, but I think we need to be abundantly clear that in paragraph 35B situation, you need to apply 570, not 71. That's all from me, thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. And my comment is, I have it here beside 35B2. And it's more about providing some clarity about what that description of those procedures would be. I think there's some uncertainty about what would that be expected to look like. So Josephine, I don't know if that's in your explanatory memo or somewhere else, but I think making some, maybe even an example of what we would expect that to look like would be helpful for readers, because what we've heard back is does this look like a CAM? Does this look like something more like what's in 35a? Just some clarity would be helpful there. Thanks.
Okay, Bill?
Just going back to some comments that have been made, which seem to indicate that if a financial reporting framework doesn't require something, we should not go further. Can I just check on what your view is, what our appetite is? I have a personal view there, but I just wonder if you could just confirm what I mean, it seems to be one of the strengths of this standard is the increased emphasis it puts on management's responsibilities. And I think that's quite appropriate. So do you have a view on that?
So it's not about my personal view is it's fine, it works because we have it in the UK. So I mean, I'm not really coming from a particularly fair point here, but the reason why we went down this route was because that's what we heard from the roundtables and from the discussion paper, and that's what led us to address this matter in terms of our project proposal. It's one of the actions that came out of that. So I guess it's to Hilda Blummer's point from the CAG meeting that there still remain mixed views on this. And so the important point about the exposure period is to, get some further clarity around that. How extreme are those views? Is it going to cause an issue? And then maybe some of the other ideas that were coming through about could you differentiate the work effort there? Or, we just need to hear from our stakeholders on this now at this stage. Thank you.
Were you coming in on this point?
Yes, thank you. Well, given that Bill was asking of our views, I'll be happy to provide mine. And so the reason we're changing the standard is because it was felt it wasn't robust enough, which in my view means we need to go further. It is, and we are trying to go further. That is clearly giving some aggression, which we will trash out during the comment letter process. But if we don't push the boundary now, what is there to comment on in if we don't even include it in the exposure draft? We're not moving the needle enough. I think we need to move further. I think, and I'm disappointed that the accounting standard setters don't see their role as we see it, but that is what it is. And let's do what we can. 570 has been the example, and Eric highlighted it in one of his earlier comments, that we are pushing further. Well, this is the only standard where we require management to disclose certain stuff in their financial statements by virtue of this auditing standard. This is taking it a little bit further. I fully acknowledge that, but if not here, when and how? So, thank you.
Yeah, by asking that question, my understanding is that Bill's actually supportive of the approach, but he was challenging us to articulate it. Diane.
I agree, by the way, with Ado and Bill that I think we should push it and at least get it out there for comment. Back to my point, which was the infamous 35B. I think I'm in the same camp as Sachiko. To me, when I first read that, it was a little fuzzy in my mind about this is, I believe, supposed to be dealing with close calls, but I do feel like there maybe should have been another step where you get to this, I'm going to say decision in my decision tree, where you're either going right because it's a close call or you're going left because it is not a close call. And if you're going right, this is the paragraph that applies. And if you're going left, there is nothing to disclose. And I think that step may not have been as clear to me and maybe to others, because otherwise I think you're going to be pulling too much stuff into here unnecessarily, because ultimately it is not a close call. So those are my comments.
Greg?
It's a separate paragraph, Tom. Have we finished with this one?
Would you like to take another comment, or should we deal with this paragraph? Yeah. Let's deal with this, then we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Okay, so initially we were thinking that there was some guidance needed to help the auditor, I'm already in sustainability saying practitioner, help the auditor understand at what point, what is the trigger really where they start to discuss the work effort. And the task force at the time agreed that probably the most important time would be in this close call scenario, because that's what our stakeholders talked to us about in the roundtables and the discussion paper. It's that period where the management actually, it's a close call, but actually in the end of the day, management concludes that material uncertainty does not exist. But however, it is important to disclose information about that, including under IAS1 territory, including where there were significant judgments made by management to come to that conclusion. But then having looked, if you stand back from it though, then arguably it's quite tricky to articulate that in 35B. So I think what we need to do is decide as a board then, should 35B, irrespective of the IAS1 scenario and paragraph 122, it would be quite useful to understand from the board, do we believe that the auditor's description of their work effort should apply for a listed entity, so it's differentiated from that perspective, when there are events and conditions that may cast significant doubt? And that's irrespective of whether that was a close call scenario. And so therefore you're building in not all events and conditions, but only for a listed entity where there are events and conditions where that may cast significant doubt. And that's the critical piece here. Or would the board rather continue to differentiate this not only on listed entities, but also on the significant judgment, bearing in mind we don't have, we can't set accounting standards through the back door. We've only got guidance that explains how you might get there using what we have in accounting guidance and education. So this would be quite difficult to articulate this in our standards and the requirements. So we really do need direction from the board where you want to go. So by the time we get to Friday, we know exactly what we're trying to achieve with 35B. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, we'll seek specific comments on Josephine's question. Koichi, I'm conscious that you've had your tent up. Is it on 35D?
Yes, in relation to 35D. So in relation to the interaction with the IAASB's IAS1, one thing I'd like to comment is, usually we do not get a lot of response from the preparers when we expose the exposure draft in IAASB. And that is something IOSCO has been concerning on. So there is an area accounting standard setter set like management responsibility, and the IAASB set auditor's responsibility. And even if IAASB issued the exposure draft, preparers would not realize the changing standard, and later on, they may raise concerns. So I think it's very important to have a like clear communication with preparers and make sure if they're comfortable with IAASB is entering in this area. Thank you.
Okay, Billy.
Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to add, I think, Josephine, you are right, that we need to get the board's direction on 35B. I think the other thing we just need to remember as well is we have now defined material uncertainty related to going concern, and we've explained in the paragraph A5 what we think, we've described what may cause significant doubt means. So therefore, we need to remember the situation we're dealing with here is that there is a trigger at the gross level. There are eventual conditions that may cause significant doubt. So that trigger at the gross level is in place. Now management takes actions and comes to a decision that the net situation is no material uncertainty. So we just need to think about that whole process. And where the task force is going is, yes, in certain financial reporting frameworks, that is what paragraph 33 describes. You may have to have disclosures in the financial statements, and if those disclosures need to be made, yes, they have to be made. If the disclosures are not needed, that's fine. That's what that deals with in terms from the reporting point of view. But from an audit point of view, we are saying that because you had that gross trigger, had to go through a decision process to get to a net position. In the case of listed entities, is it warranted that the auditor explains how they evaluate management's assessment? Thank you, Tom.
Greg. Is it still for the, do you want to come in on this topic or still for the future topic?
Yeah, para 37.
Okay, yeah. We'll come back to that still. My sense was the approach that you took here in 35B was what we have been talking about at the board level for some time, and that a deviation from that would be a new approach. That we could do that, and you articulated the challenge about going down a different path. I think there's a question in my mind: are people suggesting that the decision, sort of your decision tree, is wrong here, or people are generally happy with the approach in 35? And then it's a question of, have we articulated it as clearly as possible?
So the 35B should be, to Billy's point, really, if there are events and conditions that have been identified that may cast significant doubt in an audit of a listed entity, then the auditor's work effort should be described, irrespective, and that it would include a close call scenario. But there's some suggestions here from some board members that it should be differentiated further. So you've got differentiation one, listed entity, then differentiate that it should only be required in a close call situation. It would be very difficult for us as a board to articulate in our standards what a close call situation is. We would have to really think about that. Now, yes, we do have some guidance, but that's really to help the auditor determine whether there should be disclosures and how adequate they are. And that's where we talk about the idea of significant judgment. But to differentiate it that one step again, I'm not quite sure how we could do that. And I think from my personal perspective, I think we should stick to the fact that it's listed entity, it's those gross scenarios and what the auditor did in that situation to get comfortable that no material uncertainty exists. And then from that perspective, then seek comment on whether further differentiation is needed.
Sue?
So I was okay with where we are broadly. Mixed feedback when I was doing the outreach, but I suspect that that's what we're going to find when we get the responses to the exposure draft. I did, however, have it as one of the answers to question 3, which was, when you're talking about what we might need to have in the explanatory memorandum, is that this is a quite a challenging area, and so whether or not we make any changes here, and I think the discussion has showed that maybe there are a few things we could spell out a little bit more clearly. But notwithstanding that, I think it is an important thing for when we come out to exposure to explain what our expectations are there.
Diane?
Yeah, Josephine, that's helpful. And I think at the end of the day, what was confusing me, maybe it was a bit of a red herring, was what is the role of a close call? And at the end of the day, quite frankly, to me, it doesn't really weigh into something. Because if I go back to Willie's comment, you're up here, and if you have events and conditions, you're in this bucket. So I think I probably got just fixated on close call and saying, okay, where's the guidance? Where is it? I'm okay with this. I think perhaps there's a way you can also deal with this in the application material. Not all evaluations are created equal. Some are easier than others. Some things they've got and they're already a debt extension. They already have a transaction that's blooming, or you can see it happening. I mean, some things are easier than others. Maybe there's application material to talk about the degree of subjectivity, the degree of uncertainty associated with management plans, the number of things that are outside their control. That will definitely warrant more disclosure than something that is almost solved post financial statement date. So you could qualify it by saying the breadth and depth of that disclosure will vary, just as each evaluation varies in the amount of work effort. So I think that makes me feel better. Again, I think I just got distracted maybe by looking for clarity on close call, where at the end of the day, I don't think it means much, is what we're saying.
Apologies, just to thank you. That's really helpful. When you're talking about the breadth and depth of the disclosure, you mean it from the auditor's perspective?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
their work effort. Yeah,
perfect.
Their
Thank you.
work effort will either be a lot or it'll be, quick. Usually it's a lot. Thank you.
Sachiko.
Yeah, thank you very much, Billy and Josephine. Your clarification is very helpful. Now I understand that the requirement mean it should be gross and it should be listed entity and there is no step, right? If that's the case, I'm fine because that is what I read from the wording of 35B, but I did get the impression that in issue paper it's not. So I think that is the intention. I think the wording is fine. Maybe we need to, additional step should be discussed, previously. I mean, it's the stage to get the view through exposure on that proposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. And I'm in the same place as what Diane just articulated. And Josephine, my request for an example of what this paragraph in the auditor's report might look like was kind of I shared the ending, I didn't share the entire story. And the reason why we were asking for the example was really getting at this point that if it's not a significant judgment and it's on the spectrum where it's quite easy to determine whether or not there's a material uncertainty, there may very well not be a lot of disclosure, if any. And so if that's the case, and so I'm on the low end of the spectrum now, if that's the case, what kind of depth does the auditor need to go into in this piece of the auditor's report to describe that, versus it was a significant judgment and management has disclosed, there could be much more included in that paragraph. So I think that's where Diane was going with her comments, and I'm on the same page. And that was why some example would be helpful, because the concern was if you're in that very low end of the spectrum and management hasn't disclosed anything, what's the auditor to disclose? Because they could very well be talking about original information at that point. Thanks.
Isabel?
Yes, again, I'm a member of the task force, but I remind some discussions we had. And what is very important to me is the fact that it's for listed entities. And listed entities usually have market information rules. And whenever there's a significant event information that may have a consequence, an influence on the share price, this information has to be publicly released. That's normally how it works. So probably if events and conditions have been identified that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern, probably this information has been publicly disclosed at the time it happened. So that's why I believe that normally the auditor should not be an information provider.
Okay.
Thank you, Julia and Diane. So just getting some help here from staff. Anna provided the task force agree. We'll look at maybe actually getting some adding something to the application material to articulate that. That's helpful. And Julie, we were thinking about what we'd like to do in the future. Is actually draw together some examples and some non-authoritative guidance. So almost have like a booklet of different scenarios, because there may be lots of different scenarios. And one of the ideas could bring out this sort of scalability of articulated work effort in the report as well. So not to do an illustration right now, but actually focus on the application material for now, and then look at doing that in the future.
Okay. I think we have a path forward on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's really helpful, and that gives us good marching orders.
Now, I think it's time to get to Greg at paragraph 37. I didn't forget about you.
Thank you, Tom. I didn't think you would. So yeah, para 37. So para 37A sort of sets up two possible responses by the auditor: qualified opinion or an adverse opinion. And the rest of this paragraph makes complete sense to me in a qualified opinion scenario. It makes less sense to me in an adverse opinion scenario. So I'm really struggling with why an auditor would put a separate section in the audit report when they've issued an adverse opinion, unless I'm misunderstanding what this is. It seems like we might indirectly give assurance when we've actually tried to give no assurance.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we're slightly stuck with this scenario now, that you could have an adverse opinion in this situation. However, the reason why it's appropriate in our mind is that the auditor does still need, or still required, to obtain the evidence that a material uncertainty does not exist, irrespective of whether there is a misstatement about this. So they still need to get that evidence either way. And in this situation, when there is a material uncertainty and adequate disclosure has not been made, it's the same point. They've still had to get evidence to draw that conclusion. So for both 36 and 37, this is really important. We think that they still make that statement.
So what would be in the adverse opinion, though?
So we have that in illustration 6. We've got an illustration in there that shows. If you look at illustration 6, and then if you still don't think that's clear enough, then pop back to us. But we have explained that particular scenario.
Okay, I think I'm actually joining the task force anyway, so I'll be
fantastic.
A bit involved. Thanks.
That's one way to influence. Can't beat them, join them. Okay, Josephine, I think we can continue.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. So why don't we just cover everything else off? So it's paragraphs 40 now all the way to the end, paragraph 42, and the associated application material. Thank you.
Okay. To the end. Sachika.
Sorry, I forgot to mention my comment to appendix, which is maybe attached to our reporting requirement. So may I comment that right now? Sorry, I have a comment on illustration 2 of the auditor's report in the appendix. And when I look at the going concern section, there is a subheading, events or condition that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. And I get a view that by providing this subheading, the statement seems to be overemphasized. And when I look at the requirement, there is no requirement to require the establishment of the subheading. So maybe it would be better to describe the information without the subheading. That is one idea. So maybe task force can look at that.
Thank you. I'll take that away. Thank you.
Kai?
Thanks, Tom. Josephine, I have a remark to A85, which refers to paragraph 41. There's an example mentioned, and this example, in my view, presumes that those charged with governance have the power to determine whether new or enhanced disclosures in the financial statements are necessary. In some jurisdictions, also in Germany, those charged with governance do not have this power, and other than removing management, may only consult with management about such disclosures. The wording here should be more neutral with respect to the powers of those charged with governance. Thanks very much.
Something like may enable. Doing my best, Josephine. Okay, any other comments? None. Okay, I think that takes us to the text of the standard.
Thank you very much. So we're now going to move on to question 2, and Kalina is going to lead us on if you move the slide along for me, Michelle, please, on the conforming and consequential amendments, because she's the superstar behind all of the work there. So Kalina, over to you on question 2.
Thanks, Josephine. The conforming and consequential amendments, there's a lot of them, but the more substantial ones relate to clarifying the scope and the relationship with the 700 series. And of course, all of the illustrations in the ISAs have been adjusted now to reflect the changes in 570. So that is just briefly a highlight of the more significant ones. And Tom, over to you for the questions there.
Okay. Let me get a sense of how many people have significant comments. The question is whether we do this as a all at once or in batches. You have a significant number of comments? Okay. Let's do 200, 210, and 220 first. Any comments on those? Okay, let's do 230, 250, 260. No comments on those. 315, 450, 315, 450, and 500. None. Okay, 510, 540, 560, 580, and 610. Okay, now let's deal with all the 700s in this document. Eric.
Bingo. Yeah, two of the illustrations. One is in ISA 710, illustration 4, which is an illustration of an auditor's report on comparative financial statements. So the auditor is reporting on 2 years. And, while I recognize that the going concern assessment would have been done, evaluation would have been done in both years, I thought it could be clearer if the paragraph, the section on going concern could explain that going concern section applies only to the current period specifically. I think that's my understanding is the way current practice works in terms of CAMs as well when you're dealing with comparative financial statements. And so I just thought it would be helpful or more informative to include that. The second one, which is maybe a bit more serious or confusing, is in ISA 805, illustration 3, where we're doing an audit of a schedule of accounts receivable. And so the auditor may or may not be the auditor of the financial statements, but either way, they're not reporting in this auditor's report on the financial statements, they're reporting on the schedule. And so I found the going concern section confusing because it referred to the preparation of the financial statements. So I think you might need to look at that again in terms of how you word the going concern section. Thanks.
Okay, let me open up the floor to any other comments on the consequential and conforming amendments in this draft. If anyone has any others? Okay, do you want to respond to Eric's points? Julie. Oh, Julie, sorry.
Okay. I had a similar comment to Eric's. Josephine, I don't know if it's a new issue because I think ISA 805 previously had wording related to the financial statements when it talked about going concern, but I think the addition of the paragraph that we're now adding in to that report that specifically refers to going concern sort of makes it exacerbates the problem. So I had the very similar comment to what Eric just described. Thanks. On 805.
Okay. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I have a comment relating to ISA 805. Sorry, one second. In relation to the auditor's report, in the illustration 1 of ISA 805, I know that there is only a balance sheet and no opinion is being given on a set of financial statements. So consequently, the words financial statements need to be replaced, in my view, with balance sheet in the going concern section. That's one remark. Then I have a second remark related also to the in relation to the auditor's report in illustration 2 of ISA 805. I note that there is only a statement of receipt and disbursement and no opinion is being given on a set of financial statements. So consequently, the words financial statements need, in my view, to be replaced with statement of receipts and disbursements in the going concern section. I also asked myself whether the audit of a statement of receipts and disbursements is even capable of identifying going concern issues. I would like to point out that the going concern basis of accounting is not even relevant for the presentation and such a statement. So it seems to me that the entire going concern section might require some considerations. So let's check. The last remark which I have is in relation to the auditor's report and illustration 3 of ISA 805, sorry. I note that there is only an accounts receivable schedule and no opinion is given on a set of financial statements. So consequently, the words financial statements need, in my view, to be replaced with accounts receivable schedule in the going concern section. I asked myself whether it is even possible to determine whether material uncertainties exist in an audit of accounts receivable, this may lead to need to reconsider the going concern section. I think that has been all. Thanks very much for listening. Thanks.
Okay. We have a number of 805 comments. I'm safe to say that's the most attention 805 has received in this boardroom in at least 8 years. Colleen?
Yes, so thanks for those comments in relation to 805. Thank you very much for flagging those. We will take a look with the task force, but initially those are very good points. We'll have to look for the consistency there. Eric, in relation to your point with 710, having considered that the comparatives are for 2 years and the points that you have made, we'll obviously discuss with the task force and take that away. But initially we were thinking it would be kind of beneficial if we keep the statements consistent throughout the illustrations. So we'll obviously discuss that tonight and see where we land. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So if we could move on to the next question. The one after that. Next one, thank you, perfect. So we will go back to question 3. We'll come back to that. Philly will be addressing that on Friday for us. It's probably a bit of a surprise to Philly. Okay, so in terms of the issues paper, we did actually list a number of things that we wanted to include in the explanatory memorandum. Sue, thank you. You've already mentioned one thing that we might need to consider as part of that listing. And so we wondered if the board had any other comments on the explanatory memorandum that they wanted to ask the task force to consider when pulling together that document. Thank you.
Okay, any suggestions? Sue?
So I had one other suggestion, which was, again, it's come up today, was just more discussion around the expectation from management to make a 12 months plus assessment and potentially the interplay with the financial reporting framework as well. Maybe even referencing IFRS if we wanted to, but I think that is an area that's a big change potentially in practice. So I think it would be good for us to highlight that and the expectation there. Thanks.
Koichi?
Thank you very much. I just echo Sue's comment about highlighting this particular area. And also maybe it would be helpful to have the target outreach to the preparer representative, because if we just wait, chances are the preparer representative does not recognize the exposure draft and doesn't comment, and it doesn't mean they agree with that. So target outreach might be helpful. And also IAASB has not been did not have appetite on working on this area, but chances are they changed their mind based on the recent event. So it might be a good idea to connect with them again. Thank you.
Okay. I did note earlier that Janine pointed out, and it was in response to comments I had made earlier, that we probably should highlight something related to current events and the responsiveness of this draft to those situations in terms of SVB and others. Josephine?
Okay, yes, thank you. And we certainly will engage with our colleagues in the IAASB in the exposure period. We fully intend to do that. In terms of the explanation of the proposed change in the commencement date, we did have that down as a particular matter that we would raise in the explanatory memorandum, but I think to Sue's point, maybe highlight some of that in terms of the interaction with the accounting standards. And so we'll certainly take that on board. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Okay, so just, tell me.
So nothing to add. I think the list is very comprehensive. And just in terms of the presentation, and I I'm sure colleagues around the table are sort of like me when I read through the bit about transparency in the report, especially you try to formulate all those decision tree in your mind. So it'd be good to have some kind of decision tree in that explanatory memorandum.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think actually Greg had made that point as well in his offline comments. So we will include that in as a little illustration in the explanatory memorandum. So just want to thank all the board members for all their great comments, and again for the offline comments and getting those in on time. That was really helpful. And task force is going to be busy tonight working through each of those to bring us to a good place, hopefully on Thursday. Thank you, Tom.
I think before we close, a couple of things before I ask Jim and Janine to comment. Just making sure that there's nothing that hasn't been raised that you feel should be raised before we get to the vote on the exposure draft, subject to obviously all the revisions. Because this is the time to alert the task force, or you feel like everything has been raised appropriately. Okay, Eric?
I thought we were going to talk about question 3, so I realized we're going to do that later, but the effective date was based on the periods or the choice that's been made on the effective date. I realized that will have an impact on what the public sees in terms of these new reports, because depending on the date of the engagement, some will use the old report or potentially use the old report versus the new report. So I'm not sure if the task force had sort of thought about that, because it would, if we'd used the reports issued dates, then the public would see all the reports being under the new format, and they're going to be fairly significant changes. So I'm just raising that. And maybe it's something that goes in the EM, just to explain as why you think that's better than the alternative.
Eric, I'm sorry, I'm being clearly very thick. I'm not quite sure what I understand your question, that there'll be clearly, depending on the accounting, the period beginning on or after, at the end of that period, there will be, the audits of financial statements will have this new report. I'm not quite sure what you mean. There'll be different reports in the marketplace.
Because depending on the year end or the commencement period, some reports will still be in the marketplace under the old report, but some will also be in the marketplace under the new report. So the public is going to see a mixture of reports in the transition year. And what I was trying to explain is in some of our previous decisions, we'd said, let's use the report issued date, because then all the new reports, all the reports after that date would be consistent across the whole market. So I'm just mentioning that you might want to explain that in the explanatory memorandum, if nowhere else.
Okay, understood. Okay. Jim, would you like to reflect on, from a CAG perspective, how this conversation was responsive to CAG comments?
Thanks, Tom. And the conversation was very familiar, because I think we've talked about a number of the points that were discussed today. And I think if I step back and granted, I understand the viewpoints of some of the board members on their comments, but I think overall, the CAG was more favorable towards moving forward on changes with respect to this standard.
Thank you. You know, one of the things Janine's continued to remind us when we consider is how we're doing in relation to the public interest issues that we identified at the start of the project. And, I think we tend to do it implicitly, but from an explicit standpoint, in many ways, I hear that we are trying to change behavior, provide greater transparency, link it to the risk-based approach, all which was one of our goals up front. And I don't think my view on that changes from this discussion. If anything else, we've provided greater clarity. But certainly, Janine, I'd welcome your comments.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I think on behalf of the PIOB, we welcome the proposal as it strengthens the requirements in ISA 570, making more robust procedures to be performed by the auditor in evaluating management's going concern assessment. And it includes an explicit conclusion in the auditor report about the use of the going concern assumption, which is really meeting public interest needs. And the analysis and recommendations, they take into account the stakeholders' feedback, including comments from the monitoring group, as well as the PIB's public interest issues. So we're very happy with that. There's one thing that I like to add, and that has to do with something that I triggered you and encouraged you last year to start considering, and it has to do with the original information. We welcome the IAASB's proposal to include an explicit conclusion in the auditor report about the use of the going concern assumption. And I challenge you to rethink and discuss the principle that no original information may be disclosed by auditors. That was last year, I think in June. And if I look now at the ED in the application material, there is still a caution against disclosing original information in the auditor report, and which of course may limit the usefulness of disclosures made by the auditor, especially in close call situation. So I like to still again encourage you to reconsider the wording because it could get too much emphasis now. Maybe I believe in application material 75, and it's important for users of the financial statements information and the auditor report. In particular in close call situations. So just wanted to make that comment that we consider that very important, that also in case needed, original information will be disclosed by the auditor. Likewise with modified or adverse opinions, or in CAM, that could also be the case there. So, or in public sector audits, auditors are very used to disclosing additional or original information. So it's not something to be afraid of, I would say. So that was my only comment. Thanks.
Okay. I think we've earned a break right now. We're going to break till 11:30 our time in New York, and reconvene and get an update on our disruptive technology initiative. So see, we have about a half an hour. I'll speak to you soon. Good session. I think we're on a path forward for approval of the ED on Friday. Okay, we're going to start in a couple minutes. Please start getting ready. Okay, we're back from break. One of the things I was surprised we didn't get in the introductory remarks was Diane's comfort for not having a leg on her chair, next to her chair here at the table.
I greatly appreciate my seat location. Thank you, Tom.
We put a lot of thought and effort into it. For Greg and Neil's standpoint, now sadly, Neil, you probably have the chair seat right now that Diane long complained about. Yeah, she said it's your initiation. Okay, so we're going to turn to disruptive technology now. One of the things that we've been trying to do with this initiative is to have dedicated resources and energy, and more importantly for this board, mind space to the area of disruptive technology and what it may mean to our standard setting actions as we go forward. And we've done a lot in terms of outreach and research and engagement on this topic, but we are also now coming to the so what point. What does this mean for us as standard setting, and how can it impact some of our thinking going forward in terms of our standard setting activities? With much appreciation for the work that both Danielle and Amy are doing, we're going to turn it over to them. They're going to lead us through this presentation. I should note too, sadly, it will be Danielle's last full board meeting with us because her secondment is coming to an end. So huge thanks to all that you've done for the board, Danielle. And huge thanks to people like Diane who helped find Danielle for us in the process. So over to you, Danielle and Amy.
Thanks, Tom. And welcome everyone to this session on disruptive technologies. It's great to be with you again. And yes, as Tom said, my last board meeting, which I'm a bit sad about, but I have to say I've had a fantastic experience during my secondment, and thank you to everyone for the support that you've given to me and to this initiative, which is obviously incredibly important. So Amy and I are going to take you through an update of some of the activities that we've been doing over the last 6 months since the last board presentation back in September.
Amy's going to come on to talk about some polling that we did with the Forum of Firms and some of the results from that, which I hope you'll find interesting. And obviously we'll pause to get your thoughts and reflections as we go through. Before I go into the update, I just wanted to feedback about the CAG discussion that we had a couple of weeks ago. So we had an hour and a half with the CAG, which was a great amount of time. And we, the last time the CAG had a presentation on technology was back in March 2020. So there was quite a lot to update them on. So we took them through all of the work that we've been doing in the initiative, as well as the technology landscape, and got their feedback on that. And I have to say, they were very engaged. It was a very engaging session. They were really supportive of the initiative, very interested in the technology landscape, and felt that that was quite a complete picture. And we got some really good insights and feedback as well on things like the thought experiments, which I'll come on to talk about later. Jim, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
No, I think there was just a thank you for, it was a good discussion. I thought there was a fair amount of discussion about potentially significant change. There always is significant change, but with artificial intelligence and how to look at some of these new technologies coming in, we had a fair level of discussion within the CAG on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Excellent. So just as a reminder, in terms of the technology initiative, it's effectively this dual focus. The first is around the existing work plan activities and really exploring ways that we can recognize the use of technology in as we go through revising standards, but also through issuing non-authoritative guidance. And then the second part is having an eye to the future. So this is more looking at doing research and investigating the technologies that are coming down the pipe and understanding what they might mean for auditing standards in the future. So we factor those into our standard setting work. And we use this construct that you'll see here of build, maintain, and share. And so those three cogs that we've got there. And I'll go through each of these in turn and give you an update on what we've been doing over the last 6 months on those. I think it's important to note, though, that all of this work, both the current work plan sort of focus as well as the future focus, is really with an output in mind. So we've got on the right-hand side there all of those outputs. So the ongoing projects, non-authoritative guidance, feeding into thoughts around future work plan activities, challenging IAASB ways of working, as well as publications and thought leadership. So if I just go through and update you on each of the areas. So if I start with build, and this is around sort of making sure that we've got the right foundations. And you'll remember when we talked to you last, we talked about establishing the digital advisory group. We had that initial meeting with them in May last year, and we did a whole brainstorm, and that then fed into the breakout sessions, which we did in September. We had our second meeting with the DAG in November last year, and we used that as an opportunity to really loop back with them about the original brainstorm session and how we then come up with some tangible actions to focus on specific areas to take forward. We've got our third meeting actually due the end of April, and we're just working on the agenda for that at the moment. Our knowledge base, we've been continuing to update that. So that's our SharePoint site that's got everything to do with technology in it and curated articles and resources. We've been going and doing ongoing updates to that as we've been going. Hopefully you've seen, I started issuing a newsletter from the SharePoint site a few months ago, with, it's just a monthly newsletter that just highlights some of the news articles that have kind of caught my eye. So the last one we did was about ChatGPT, because you can't really get away from ChatGPT at the moment. And I think probably the next newsletter is going to have quite a lot of ChatGPT in it as well. We've also been working with IT to share the access to that SharePoint site with our IAASB colleagues. So hoping that they will be able to use that as a useful resource as well. Moving on to maintain. So we've continued to keep our connections with various technology colleagues in IFAC and IAASB, as well as national standard setters and regulators, and really sort of focusing on technology initiatives and understanding what they're doing and identifying opportunities to potentially collaborate. In terms of research activities, we've been focusing on, again, continuing to understand the technology landscape through discussions with technologists and companies and industry colleagues, as well as doing desktop research. Trying to keep an eye on everything that's happening, as you can imagine, is quite consuming. And then obviously we've got our technology consultation group, and they've been providing counsel on an ongoing basis to existing projects. So that's the going concern, which obviously we just covered, but feeding in fraud. We're going to talk about fraud with the task force later this week, and then any other projects that come up. We've also, as Tom noted at the beginning, we issued the final piece of non-authoritative guidance, which took a little while to finalise, but we got there in the end, and that's on performance materiality and addressing exceptions, and that represents the last in the technology workstream plan. And then moving on to share, we've continued to take opportunities to raise awareness of the work that the IAASB has been doing around technology and sharing that where we can. And that includes a presentation with the Forum of Firms, which Amy will come on to talk about in a bit. In terms of market scans, Tom mentioned these at the beginning. I try and vary the market scans between sort of emerging technologies and then those sort of more mature established technologies. So we had homomorphic encryption, which is my husband still doesn't believe is a thing, and robotic process automation, and then the most recent one, which we issued earlier this month, on digital assets with a focus on the cryptocurrency market activity. So those are all the things we've been doing as part of our ongoing initiative. And then I wanted to report back to you on the sort of actions that came out of the discussions that we had from the breakout groups in September. So if you'll remember, we had those, and I know not all of you were here, but we had breakout groups to really take the sort of brainstorm ideas that had arisen from our digital advisory group and really bring them into focus in terms of determining tangible actions that we could take forward, and also prioritizing the focus areas. So I'll talk about each of these a little bit. So the first one, technology in auditing standards. Now, that's really obviously focused on, I think I would sort of articulate it as being more specific about the sort of technologies, or really doing some more work to understand what specific technologies might have an impact on standard setting, and therefore be able to respond and address them appropriately. And one of the things we've been doing in relation to that is the thought experiments, which I'll come on to talk about in a minute. And then the second one is around encouraging the use of technology. And this really seeks to explore ways that we can more clearly articulate the IAASB's position about the value of technology and its potential to improve audit quality. And in relation to that, one of the things that we've been working on is an educational resource to articulate what we mean by the digital audit,
and just provide some information about considerations, hints and tips. One of the things we talked about in the breakout sessions was, could we collate best practices and success stories? So we're trying to bring that into the publication, as well as highlighting available resources and emerging technologies, sort of showcasing those emerging technologies. So we've got a working draft of that at the moment, and that's one of the things I'm going to make sure I try and get in a good place before I finish. The third one, accessibility and consumption of auditing standards, that really recognises that the way people consume auditing standards may have changed over time, or will have changed over time due to digital transformation. And so it involves sort of looking at options to to make auditing standards more digital and more capable of integration into audit technologies. So through things like use of APIs, application programming interfaces. So we've been investigating various technologies there, and obviously working very closely with our IFAC colleagues in that area. And then the last one is around addressing barriers to adoption of technology. And you'll remember we talked about that being one of the most significant barriers to adoption, the data access, so access to consistent data for the audit. And the discussions that we had, or that came from the breakout sessions, was the feeling that the IAASB's role here may be more as a convening power rather than anything else. And so we've been looking at ways that we can articulate the problem. So we've drafted a problem statement, but also looking at things like if there are technology or data standards that we might want to raise awareness of. So those are the four sort of prioritized areas. There were other areas which, which we're keeping track of, but I wanted to just highlight those priorities. So just moving on to the thought experiments, and I don't know whose great idea they were, but actually we've been spending some time and getting those up and running. And really the idea of those thought experiments is to better understand the impact of different technologies, specific technologies, on achieving audit objectives and on auditing standards. So this kind of really sort of focuses on specific things as opposed to sort of more general. And what we've done is we've come up with some scenarios to help us determine where there may be gaps in the standards, or where standards might be helping or hindering the adoption of technology. And we've got two different types of scenarios. We've got ones that are related to entity deployed technology. So where an entity may have adopted a technology that has an impact on the financial statement process. And auditor deployed technology. So again, where the auditor is deploying a technology as part of their audit approach. And there's various topic areas that we pick. So things like algorithms, machine learning, open banking, and anomaly detection. We had our first thought experiment actually a couple of weeks ago. And the idea is we're getting small groups of people together to tackle one entity deployed technology scenario and one auditor deployed technology scenario, and really approach them thinking outside of the sort of constraints of auditing standards. So the session we had a couple of weeks ago in London, which I know Sue was at, was quite an auditor strong contingent actually. So we planned for a greater kind of mix of people, but we ended up with quite a lot of sort of auditor experience. But it was a good session, and I think we've identified ways that we might iterate it going forward. And I do think it's something that we'll sort of iterate the approach over time. But it was a very useful session, and just an example of one of the scenarios that we covered. So one of the entity deployed technologies that we discussed was around a use of an algorithm. So where you've got an entity that's providing goods and services, and I think the example was a company that was
selling computer hardware and also sort of aftercare services. And they use an application that has developed algorithms to basically determine what the accounting transactions should be when they make a sale, and posting those postings to the general ledger. So it takes inputs on pricing and contract information, and then the algorithm determines the performance obligations and the relevant general ledger postings at the time, and then also obviously over time as the performance obligations occur. And we had a good discussion. That was one of the scenarios that we discussed at the last thought experiment, and we had a good discussion around that use of that technology. It's easy to jump into the technology and start to work out what you would do about it. But actually what we learned was that, if you take a step back and think about how to, how you would go about getting assurance over revenue, it may not necessarily require you to kind of jump straight into the, trying to audit the algorithm as such. So we had a really good discussion. As I said, we've got another thought experiment coming up in a couple of weeks with a different group, and we'll do some different scenarios. And we're going to run a scenario with our technology consultation group later this week. And I think that was all. So that's kind of a bit of a whistle-stop tour around some of the things we've been doing over the last 6 months. So happy to get your views and reflections. Thanks, Tom.
So I really a big proponent of the thought experiments approach because some of the times when you think about technology, the problem is too large. And what we're trying to do is narrow the challenge instead of dealing with all these topics out. The standards do this or do that at a 50,000 foot level. We're actually trying to see, when you think about specific applications, are the standards working in the way, or are they inhibiting in the way that people are asserting? So congratulations on having the first one done, and we look forward to the others. Bill?
Yeah, I think I'm following on from what you just introduced, Tom, is that we often get comments about we need more reference to technology in standards. It's very hard because the principles-based standards don't require it. The most common one recently was audit evidence, where we had examples, and that was great, and I couldn't see where there could be greater inclusion of technology-related matter. Do you have a view on that particularly? That whether you think we're doing enough in terms of including technology in current standards, which is one of the points you mentioned there?
I think we could always do more.
Sorry.
I think we could always do more. I think we're probably quite cautious, and I think that reflects obviously, a knowledge that not everybody is as advanced in terms of their adoption of technology as others, and and we need standards that can be adopted by everyone. But I do think we are probably a little bit more cautious than we could be. I think we could be more, we could do more potentially.
Yeah, at some point we will have to ask ourselves, is our position about being totally technology agnostic effectively in appropriate stance? And the other thing that we may want to challenge was, at one point we asked ourselves, after we finished 500, this idea of doing an omnibus technology approach, which had some resonance when we were thinking about it. Maybe it's not the right approach, and going based upon some of the things we're getting from thought experts, maybe going narrowly into some standards where technology can be applied, and lean into technological issues a little bit more, maybe the option. But as we get through our strategy process and our work plan, we may be in a better position and more informed because of this work. Okay, I'm gonna go around the table a little bit. Diane?
First of all, thank you. It was a really good presentation, and clearly you guys have done a lot of work. I guess I come a little bit to the scope, and maybe this is part of the strategic discussion. Where do you want to take this effort, right? What do you want to take on? And I think the two things that strike me, one is, how much do we want to go into technology at our clients, which is almost like your think tank discussion, right? How would the auditor approach what is happening at a client? And I think as we see clients use AI and other things for different processes, how would the auditor tackle that? And do they need to go through or go around the technology to get to the answer? So I do think the question as to how much do you want to deal with what's happening at our clients needs to be brought into scope. The other one isn't maybe a little dicey, is I'm not sure the overall world and our stakeholders are on board with the use of technology in the execution of an audit. We have certain regulators who have been pretty vocal about technology and maybe aren't quite as convinced it's a good thing. I think they believe that technology is an opportunity to drive efficiency without improving the quality. And so I guess one question would be, what is our role relative to those types of stakeholders, and how do we bring folks along the journey of technology? So I have a view of that, obviously, but I would just offer that up also as a consideration of the scope and what you're trying to tackle and accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai?
Tom, thanks very much. I refer to what Bill and Diane has mentioned. I recognize that a lot of auditors have the expectation that the board makes more and more clear in the standards which kind of technology they can use in which phase of the audit. This is what I recognize, and we can discuss whether this is a good expectation or not, but this is a real expectation. And they raise this expectation because they have the discussion with the auditor oversight, this regulator. They will be asked by the regulator, why do you use the technology or not? And they want to tell them, oh, this is in the standard. So there's a big expectation referring to ISO 500, Sue, you know it, that here the board will be very clear which kind of technology will be the right one in which phase of the audit. The second point, Daniela, what you have mentioned, which I recognize is the entity deployed technology, and on the other side, the auditor deployed technology. From my point of view, the entity deployed technology is going on and may become better and better. And I'm not sure whether the auditor deployed technology and the use of this technology will have the same progress. So it's a little bit fear that there will be a gap between the progress of the entity deployed technology and on the other side, the auditor deployed technology. This is what I see. And a third one, when you refer to the anomaly detection, I remember last time when we discussed this, I think it has been in September last year, referring to the sustainability reports. When I have a look in the literature, especially in the research-oriented literature, there's only a small number of very good literature dealing with these aspects. But I think when more and more entities will create sustainability reports, then more and more the question will raise for the auditors, is there any material misstatement in this sustainability reports? And do we have any technology tools where we can detect this kind of misstatements? Because I expect that sustainability reports, which have a big volume of qualitative information, it's very difficult for the auditor to detect material misstatements. So they will ask, are there any tools which can help me to detect these material misstatements? And if we have the capacity, I don't know, it should be a good idea to focus more on this issue because we create this global standard for the sustainability assurance. So we are, let me say, one of the stakeholders which should also discuss where there are any tools which can help the auditors to detect this kind of material misstatements. We will have these material misstatements in the sustainability reports. Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Fernando?
Thank you, Tom. And thanks, Danielle and Amy, for the update. Interesting to know what has happened in the last couple of months. Specifically, I think it will be great for us, for the board, to hear back about the outcome of the experiment, the 4 scenarios. It's a good exercise. I've read the 4 scenarios, of course. It's a very good exercise. Unfortunately, when you have an audit background, it's very hard to think without the standards, and it's part of the consideration of the scenarios, not to use the standards in trying to come up with I wouldn't really call it a solution, but with the comments and the approach and the things to do things in a different way. And having a group with different backgrounds absolutely helps a lot. It's also hard to think about technology from the client and technology from the auditor. 2 different things. And I believe that unfortunately, when you know you're going to be a participant in this exercise, and the exercise talks about technology, your mind immediately jumps into experts, into how I need to audit the algorithms or the software without really probably avoiding thinking about technology and try to come up with a simpler answer. And that's part of the considerations that probably you dealing with the people in the experiments, you need to ensure they don't just jump immediately into technology, because there might be another way of auditing these 4 scenarios without even using technology. And that's a piece that we're missing. But I think it's going to be critical to hear back what the outcome of the experiments is going to be, because that will really trigger us to decide if there's a need to go and do or add something into the standards, or we're just really having good requirements, good application material, and it's just the approach of how we audit the different entities and the different processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thanks, Tom, and thank you to whoever fixed the air. It's a lot more comfortable down here right now. It's a balancing, right? Okay, so I have to thank Amy and Danielle. It's really helpful to hear the words to go with the presentation. I will say, when I first looked at it and looked at some of these slides, I was like, there's way too much going on here. What's the strategy? What are the actions? You know, what's the real pointed direction of travel? We've done a lot. We have a lot of really good initiatives. So to latch on to the last person who spoke, which was Fernando, outcomes, and then what's the direction of travel? A few other points, and I guess Tom brought it up in his introductory words. He said, "So what? What do we do now?" And I think that's what a lot of the practitioners are asking. I don't really think others in the ecosystem are all that focused on it. And when I say the practitioners for me divide between the larger, more regulated companies. Then we have the gigantic middle market, which is huge. And then we have LCE. One size does not fit all, but I'm at the point where I feel like the standards can't be silent or agnostic. We need to, take that action and move in the direction, whether it's an omnibus going backwards, but for sure the projects that we have today, I think we'll hear in audit evidence quite a few comments, very pointed comments, not on, oh, gee, we need more technology permission, but more demonstration of how technology fits in to the evidence standard, as well as we need to consider it before we go into 315 and 330. So I guess in summary, I think we need to move away from technology as a strategic driver, but what is our strategy for technology based on all these fine initiatives and the things that we've learned to date, and what's next. Thank you.
Thank you. Chamoy?
Thank you. First of all, congratulations and thank you, Danielle, for all the work that you've done. I think you have brought us to a much better place than before you came in. So for that sound foundation that you have built, thank you for that. So sorry to hear that you're leaving, but I think it's a great foundation for us to build on. So I came into this session with very similar questions to a lot of what colleagues have reflected. What is that outcome? What is the interface with our standard setting work and so on? So a lot of that, so what? And I think colleagues have already articulated those points quite clearly, so I won't pout on. I just want to raise one sort of separate point. And you mentioned earlier in your presentation, the education resources. And I think just reflecting on that, and I'm sure colleagues around the table like me when we go about doing our outreach discussion with stakeholders, and in fact as part of a day job as well, one of the biggest challenge that the profession faces is on talent. And we always say that there's this blinking shiny thing about the profession, which is the technology that will be attractive to them, but I'm not sure if that had really landed in terms of what that means exactly. I'm just wondering, given all the very fantastic work that you and Amy have done, and the education resource that you're doing as well, whether we could share that maybe with our IFAC colleague and see how those can be maybe packaged in a different way to help with that talent question as well. So it's a suggestion for us to, I guess, think about different ways to use the many fantastic things that we have already produced. Thanks.
Isabel.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Danielle and Amy, for the work that has been done, and really congratulations to the team. You have also, there's also a lot of very good material that has been produced on technology. It's a pity that it's not easy to identify where this material is on IAASB internet site. When you enter on IAASB internet site, you have to go to consultation and project page, then search for technology. And when you access the technology page, find the link where you can access to the page where all the material that has been produced is stored. So anytime I need to refer to one of the publications that have been done, including the market scans, it's a kind of scavenger hunting. Is it how you say it? Chasse au trésor. And it's a pity, and it's even more a pity because all this material is not in the handbook. So nobody will remember, nobody will think about it. And if we develop non-authoritative material, it's something we will have to have in mind because the people will need to find the material quite easily. Then I wanted to raise 4 points. The first one is that it's a fast evolving topic. So we will have to balance developing something principle-based or being more specific about the technology. But if we are more specific, we face the risk that it will be obsolete quite soon. Second point is this omnibus project that we proposed in the work plan, and it will be interesting to see what gets out of the consultation, but it's an interesting way of trying to embed technology. But third point, it's not only about ISA. I hear a lot of people, like I mentioned, that say that technology will be very important in sustainability assurance. So we should not only focus on ISA. And last but not least, my fourth point is it's about XBRL. So if we deal with technology that is used by the client, XBRL is one of them. In some parts of the world, there is assurance on XBRL, but in some countries now, the original financial statements are XBRL. There's no paper or PDF version anymore. And the ISAs are silent on that. So some people think it's not modern enough. So that's something that we may also consider. Thank you.
Okay. Kai?
Thank you. A lot of this similar comments has been raised by Fernando and others, but first also congratulations to all the great work that has been done there. I really enjoy looking into it, see what we've got out of this. On that point, I think similar to what Chang, we also raised, how can we spread this information more? And one part that looking at what we've done so far, it seems that we've covered off quite a lot, but I was also considering whether we could have a better and more communication directed to the SMP environment as well. Maybe the SMP AG, because technology, it's utilized different by our clients. Either it's a small or a large. Doesn't really drive the use of technology. Some of the LCs may have quite a lot of technology being used, and that could also be the same within audit firms. Some of the audit firms that are not within a big network, they may grasp onto the use of technology in audit quite quickly. So it's how we can better accommodate that SMP and SME perspective in making sure this is spread. And I think back to some of what is being asked by practitioners, really, I think some of it comes back to comfort when it comes to regulators, inspectors. And it may be that that's not an issue that we can solve through standards, but how can we better accommodate for them to get that comfort? How can we be an arena for making sure that there is comfort of using this and that they actually can accommodate that in their audits themselves? Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I hit the wrong button there. My comment actually has a SMP flair to it as well. And it's a reflection on when Danielle said, I don't know if we've gone far enough in the standards. And oftentimes we hear that some of the hurdles that practitioners face in the SMP environment is if we put too much technology in the standards, it's not scalable. But more recently, as part of the LCE project, and as well as some feedback we heard from the ASB on their fraud project, where they talked to smaller firms in the United States, actually these firms are really using technology. They're not hindered by using technology. So I guess I would just challenge ourselves to not put up a roadblock for putting more in the standards because potentially it's not scalable. And when I reflected on those comments, I thought, well, that's different than what we've heard. And I think it's sometimes to do with the fact that when we say technology, we think big technology. We think big ERP systems, big algorithms, big things that are happening, or big technology programs that large firms might have, versus technology is on a spectrum and it's a scale. And some of the smaller firms are using technology quite significantly in their audit. It just might look and feel different. And so Danielle, I was just thinking about your thought experiments and if there was a flavor maybe to one of those with thinking about that small practitioner, sole practitioner, small firm angle to it, because I think that would be informative for us as we go forward, because as I said, we have heard historically that that community might be challenged when we put too much technology in the standards. Thanks.
Sue?
Thank you. I'm probably going to agree with what a number of other people have already said, particularly start off by thanking Danielle. I think there's some great work there. I attended the thought experiment a couple of weeks ago, and Fernando, we fell into almost all the pitfalls you outlined to start off with, and I'm sure that Danielle has learned lots in terms of how we set that up. And actually, Julie, we did discuss the area that you talked about, and there were some really good examples that were coming through from the less complex end and how we can really harness technology there. For me, what I came away from was there was a lot there that will help educate and add flavor into some of the examples and things that we use and really bring the standards to life. But what I also feel as I reflect on this is that there's so much development that's going on at speed. There are so many different ways of getting to outcomes that that we need to retain flexibility in what we do. And that probably means focusing more at a higher level, thinking more about what the objective is and what the outcome is that we want, and worrying less about the how you get there. And certainly in the technology space, there's an awful lot of work that goes on that is about experimentation. It's about, you know, trying things out and failing, fixing them in the next release or the next sprint or whatever. And that doesn't always fit into the more linear kind of way that we have of thinking about things. So for me, the takeaway was more about keeping the flexibility and the high level focus in the standards, and then keeping thinking more about what we can build out to bring things to life in a slightly different way. Thanks.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom. Firstly, thank you for your welcome earlier this morning, and to this task force for the presentation and your ongoing communications leading up to it. It's been really informative to get those communications of some of these new technology matters. Some of it would be just to emphasize my views around the encouragement of the use of technology. I couldn't support that more. And Diane, to your point, addressing the barriers to the adoption of technology as soon as they are brought to our attention, I think is really important. 2 points that I wanted to raise on a little bit more. One is from an assurance perspective. We are going to see a significant amount of investment into technology, both from entities and from assurance practitioners, in particular in areas that will test us further in relation to things like evidence, as it's produced often by entities, as well as perhaps in other areas in relation to qualitative type information. So I do see that this assurance space in relation to sustainability will be something that will test us a little further. One matter I wanted to hear a little bit more about actually was about what we were doing ourselves at the IAASB from a technology perspective, and an interesting way to demonstrate our encouragement and the lack of barriers is to show it in the way that we present our standards, use our standards, and so understanding a little bit more around what we're doing with our standards so that they're more accessible and usable by practitioners would be something I'd be interested to hear more about. Thank you.
Thank you. Koichi?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the analysis. This is definitely a very important area. And let me share the securities regulators' perspective on this technology. So these days, the efficiency is very important matter from the regulator's perspective, because the assurance on the sustainability is moving on, and it will require significant amount of resource for the profession. At the same time, there should be no compromise for the financial statement audit. So it means that the efficiency is really needed to achieve the not only financial statements audit, but also assurance for the sustainability. And having said that, for the assurance, there are some specific aspect of the technology for the assurance. One is the value chain information. So outside of the consolidated financial entities, value chain information, companies are trying to create some kind of like platform, and the assurance providers are getting the information from these platforms to make sure if the value chain information is appropriate or not. So thinking about technology aspect of this kind of value chain information is really critical from day one of the sustainability assurance, and also digital reporting. So one of the aspects of the sustainability reporting is different jurisdictions have different specific disclosure requirements. At the same time, same information is provided. For example, scope 1 greenhouse gas emission is presented by different jurisdictions by using different disclosure requirements. But the user wants to compare, so then the digital reporting is really play important role. So digital reporting will really enhance by the application of the like sustainability reporting. So thinking about these kind of aspect is very important from the day one of the assurance sustainability. And also keep in mind the difference of the preparers use of technology. That's a challenge, and keep in mind that point as well. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Janine.
Yes, thanks. Yes, I also like to actually ask some questions or give some input. I saw the polling results obtained from the Forum of Firms about technology which mostly benefits audit quality, or about what represents a barrier to the adoption of technology. And I was thinking whether it would be interesting to integrate these answers also with the most significant findings reported by regulatory regulators like IFIAR on the outcomes of their regulatory inspections, or by discussing it with IFIAR, for instance, like how they look at the technology that's being used by auditors, and whether their views are sort of similar as what you obtained from the Forum of Firms. Like how technology mostly, what it drives mostly in terms of benefits, whether it's the fraud or the other topics that is in your presentation. And also talking about audit regulators, they seem quite concerned about firms developing technology tools without adequate quality controls around it. They're concerned about over-reliance on technology tools in audits, to what extent technology tools provide audit evidence or not, those kind of things. But also over-reliance by auditors on the GITCs at their clients' systems. So those perspectives are maybe also interesting for you to consider further and to discuss maybe with the regulators. And my question was also, when I read the papers and the presentation in advance, I was thinking that there is more focus on the use of emerging technologies by the auditor, and to a lesser extent on the deployment of technologies by the audited entities, by the clients. But you were talking also about the entity deployed technologies. So, but in my view, it's also what was expressed before. The audit needs also to sort of follow what's happening in practice by the clients, and the technology should be responsive to what is happening in the companies. And my last question is something around the composition of the digital advisory group, whether that has changed since last year, because we noted that there was a sort of lack of gender and geographic diversity. And this, so at the PIOB, we were wondering whether it has changed in the meantime. Thanks.
On the latter question, it is not. And there, we will be opportunistic in terms of finding good candidates, but we did a really thorough search in developing this group, but it will be fluid going forward. So we're going to see how the group goes, and we will be opportunistic as new candidates present themselves. Danielle, there were lots to absorb there. Some of it relates to maximizing the benefit of the excellent work we've done, and we should look about our website. There is a number of interactions going on with IAASB and IFAC, but we may have to bring some of that to the fore a little bit. And a number of suggestions as it relates to the so what, which I think will really start to materialize after after our thought experiments and in the context of our strategy and work plan review. I'm conscious of time. I don't know if you have anything else, your reactions to some of the comments that have been raised.
No, I think you've pulled out the main points. The only other thing I would say on the SMPAG point, we do actually have a session, so similar to the session that we did with the Forum of Firms, which Amy's going to come on to talk about in a minute. We are going to do a similar session with the SMPAG just to make sure we really understand what the adoption, landscape is for that group. So.
Okay, so we probably will take 15 more minutes to conclude this. We have, if you've noticed, quite a bit of time set aside for sustainability for the rest of the week. So if we eat into some other time, I'm still confident we'll get through all of sustainability this week. So Amy, partly I say that, so don't feel rushed. Go a little bit through the Forum of Firms stuff. But let's try to finish this in the next 15, 20 minutes, okay?
Okay, thanks, Tom. So for the final part of the session, we wanted to share some insights around technology adoption from some research and the results of some polling we did for Forum of Firms. So this slide that's just come up summarizes some of the findings from a literature review that was performed by members of the IAAER, which is the International Association of Accounting, Education and Research, the body that we do a lot of our academic work. I'll run through a couple of the key takeaways from this, but a summary article and a link to the full paper is in your presentation materials. So you can go and read and do more reading around it if you'd like. The research identified different factors which positively influence digital transformation in external audit and categorized them into different factors. So person factors, task factors, and environmental factors. Some key takeaways to point out. So person-related factors were found to be the most significant. Appropriate timely training and sufficient skills are an absolute necessity, but more broadly, recognizing a change in mindset and the need to be more adaptable and agile are key given the ever-changing nature of technology. As well, audit firm culture, engagement economics, and confidence in audit quality value are seen as necessary foundations. With regard to environmental factors, so we know investment and development of technologies varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, firm to firm, and even team by team. We've talked about that a little bit today. As you'd expect, the research did find that smaller firms and practitioners experience different challenges to larger ones, but different as opposed to just not using at all. And we'll come on to that a little bit more. Perceptions of stakeholders such as regulators, expectations of clients, and the availability of talent or necessary expertise was also found to impact adoption levels. One interesting finding, it's relevant to what you mentioned earlier, Diane, researchers noted a number of studies where key stakeholders, including specifically peer reviewers, external reviewers, and regulators, viewed quality as largely unaffected by using technology, including data analysis techniques. So even data analysis, they felt that quality was largely unaffected. It was more of an efficiency. The most significant environmental factor that was identified continue to be the influence of the audit client, particularly when it comes to their support for the acquisition of data and sharing of data needed to be able to perform technology useful and use some of these techniques and technologies in an audit. Finally, some task-specific factors that impact adoption. This research was really focused on how complexity and understanding affects the adoption, and understanding outputs and avoiding things like automation, bias, as well as availability of appropriate data all impact adoption of technology. One of the things that did come up was around challenges around understanding, interpreting large volumes of data and making judgments regarding treatment of exceptions, which was actually the subject of the FAQ that we've talked about earlier. So a lot of factors here, but stepping back, really what the research indicated was that there was no single thing that prevented or encouraged adoption of technology, but there was a combination of factors. So key takeaway was really that stakeholders needed to work together within this space to further transformation. So if we move on to the next slide. So linked to this, we also had a discussion with our former firms. We did get some questions from our last board session, as well as we get questions from our digital advisory group and stakeholders, really asking, trying to get a feel for how widely certain technology is used. So in November, we did give an update on our activities around technology, and we did some polling with regard to what they're seeing with regard to adoption of different technologies. A couple of things to note before we get into the results. We did provide the former firm representatives with the questions in advance, and we did give them some information to help, including around kind of terminology of the terms which are not always consistently used or understood. And we did then the polling live within the session, and it was anonymous, and we did that because we were hoping to get more honest answers and results. And the other thing just to note around how it's structured, so the dot, if you're looking on the slide, the dot represents the mean, so the average response, but you can actually see in the background with the bar chart, the flow chart, that's the range or spread of the answers as well. So if you're looking at that first diagram on the screen, you can see that 4.6 is it's kind of hard to see in the room, but 4.6 is the mean, but you can see a lot of people answered that technology wasn't really used very much at all, and others answered right the way up to its widespread use. So a couple of things that we thought were interesting from the results. Data extraction and transformation technologies were the most prolific. More complex technologies like process mining and AI-related tech still has a way to go before it becomes more widestream. Bearing in mind this was November, so it's probably already a little out of date, especially given what we've talked about AI so far. We were a little surprised how low RPA, or robotic process automation, was being used. It's been around for a while and presents opportunity to drive efficiency. But feedback around this indicated that it was really the rules-based nature of this means it can be a bit hit and miss, and so firms may be part of investing heavily in here. So when we move on to the second question, which was around audited entities user technology, there were again some areas we expected to be a bit higher, things like RPA and data analytics, but then there were technologies such as Internet of Things that was a little bit higher than we expected based on our research. So you can see that on the slide. So if we move on to the last slide, the next slide, thank you. We then asked them some questions about where they were seeing audit in technology, as we're seeing the most benefit when using audit in technology and audit, and what the main barriers to adoption of technology in the audit were. Interesting, we've often heard from practitioners that the use of ATT for risk assessment is widespread, but we don't see it being significantly used for substantive procedures. But the results here did show that quality benefits are being realized from substantive testing. So things like analysis of full population or better identifying riskier subpopulations for testing. Also interesting that client collaboration and project management is third here. Particularly important in larger audits or group audits. Moving on to barriers of adoption, cost of adoption and reluctance to change and mindset came out on top in their view, perhaps some surprisingly, and then closely followed by training and skills, and then access to data. So access to data wasn't the top barrier that they felt. And finally, we did ask an open kind of box question around how might the barriers identified be addressed. And we did ask specifically around what we could be doing at IAASB. Education, including education for regulators and standard setters, came out. We've heard that before. Maybe a little bit differently to what we hear, audit firm and network collaboration and cross-sharing between the firms. But if we think it's the forum of firms, it's probably why that came out. It's particularly relevant for that group of people. And then case studies, examples, which we often hear about, we've talked about today. So some useful data to think about. I know there's some other research and surveys that are being done. I know the AICPA has been doing a survey. We also then have our SMPAG session, which we hope to get some more data on. So, but we thought it'd be useful to share, see if it was similar to insights that you're seeing out there. If we move on to the next slide, which is the question. And we really just wanted to get your views on if you have any reflections, any further reflections. I know we've talked about some of these areas already today, but if it's reflective of what you're seeing out there and if it might affect what we're doing in this space after having gone through those results. So I'll open it up, Tom.
Thank you, Amy. Any, Ty?
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Amy. I have one question referring to slide number 9. The categories which are mentioned on this slide, has they given in advance or, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we gave the questions and then we gave the categories with a description of what the technology was.
Okay, so I was a little bit surprised for one example that the entities hasn't mentioned process mining in their categories, which they feel, let me see, important. Yeah, because on the audit side, process mining is mentioned, but it's not mentioned on the entity side. It's very surprising because I know a lot of entities use process mining much more. The auditor uses it. That was a little bit surprising, but these are the answers. Maybe. Then I have a second question, Tom, if you allow, which refers to slide number 10, where the technology is mentioned, referring to separate. Do we have a slide number 10? Again.
Michelle, would you mind?
Right. Thanks. Yeah, where my classes are. Where we see the technology referring to the benefits for audit quality. So the issues scoring concern and fraud are very less mentioned in this category. I expect that the more artificial intelligence technology will implement in the technologies, that more and more the auditor will be able to detect fraud under these circumstances, and maybe they are more and more able to make going concern statements by means of AI tools, AI-based tools. That's my personal view. So that I think the important will be more and more greater over the time, but it depends from my point of view how AI will be implemented in these tools. Thanks. That's all, Tom.
Thank you. Sachika?
Thank you very much, Amy, and also Daniel, for your presentation, which is very, very interesting. And I also have a kind of question and a comment on page 10 from firms polling result about the barriers. And the second big thing about reluctance to change. Do you have any idea about what is the root cause of this reluctance? What I mean is that it relates to other barriers like costs or skills, or is that because they do not want to change just status quo because this is very high rate. And also if that is because PRE do not want to change the status quo, I think the action to encourage the use of technology will become a very, very merit. So that's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else with a reaction? Amy, any thoughts?
From your last question, so the way that we set it up was we kind of, they just did a polling kind of up on the screen, but then we did have some breakouts where people then talked in a bit more detail in the breakouts, and Danielle, feel free to jump in too, but it felt like there was quite a mix, but it was more kind of person kind of factors in terms of just kind of reluctance from those in the organization that might be making decisions, methodology providers, and also down to the audit teams. But it felt that was kind of some of the things that came up in the discussion. So definitely more focused on person as opposed to other barriers.
Yeah, I just it just makes me think of I think when we did the CAG presentation, somebody made the point around the IAASB survey results and made the connection between the age or the what was it, the relative experience of the respondents, you know, to the adoption of technology. And I don't want to cast aspersions, but I do think that, you know, that is a factor that's, you know, that's an important consideration.
Okay, Eddie, Wendy?
Sorry, when we were wrapping up, it just occurred to me, the form of firms members that responded, there are about 30 members to my recollection. Was it all 30 or a subset?
It was everybody. So what we did was we did it live during the session. So I think we had a representative from nearly all of the networks were there. And so we waited for them to put their answers in before we moved on. So we did get an almost 100% response rate. Now there is, with it being live, you know, we gave them the questions and the categories for the technology in advance in the hope that they would think about it and do some outreach. But there is a possibility that people, you know, may not have done that preparation in advance. And so, you know, might have just sort of answered, you know, off the top of their heads. I'm not saying that that's possible, but we did try and avoid that by giving them the results in advance. We did get somebody from every network pretty much.
That's important because I think there's a really big range of network, which then also there's a really big range of clients that they're dealing with. So gives me a different view. Originally I was thinking of it just the very large networks, but it's good to know it was all of them. Thank you.
Okay, last comment, Diane.
So the one that surprised me and disappointed me was the lack of benefits quality. So I guess it's an interesting subject. It might be such an important subject that we go back and ask a follow-on question. How do you measure the impact on quality? Because I have a view, and I think you can set up a method to see the impact. You know, look at your internal inspections with or without the technology, see if you have different results. So I wonder if they haven't really figured out how to measure the quality. And so I'd be curious if, number one, if we ask that question or not. And because this is so important, I think it could be worthy of a follow-on discussion point. Thanks.
Okay. Good idea. I'm more interested in it from the perspective of quality than efficiency. I think this is partly why the discussion breaks down, particularly when you have regulatory concerns and client concerns, that this is only done to reduce costs. But my assumption is if deployed properly, technology should be able to improve quality just because of the computational power that comes with a lot of the technology. Okay, any other comments? great job. Thank you both for your efforts and keeping this initiative moving. I think in the near term, we are clearly seeing it flow through some projects. We're going to hear a bunch of this on audit evidence and the comments, I'm sure. But we are thinking very much about the longer term implications for our work. Danielle, thank you again for all you've done for us in your time at the IAASB. Okay, are we ready? We could do a half an hour in the lead up to lunch on sustainability. Are we ready, guys? Yes. Very positive. Okay, Josephine, over to you.
All right, hello again, everybody. So here we go for two and a half days on. All right. Yes. 2.5 days on sustainability. Okay, hang on a minute.
Our technology is faulty. Okay, one thing is while we set it up on this, I asked the board more than ever, we need your input on these topics. And if you have challenges, I wrote this in my note to the board. If you have potential solutions, I think the task force would be very grateful from hearing them.
Yes, that would be marvelous. But about hearing from people, fortunately, you won't be hearing from me an awful lot because I've adopted Lynn's approach, and staff and task force members and drafting team members will actually be talking to their parts and answering your questions for the next 2.5 days. And I'll interject it if necessary. So if we move on to the next slide, more lovely photos. Michelle, can you move it on? Sometimes the clicker doesn't work. Thank you. So here we are, as a massive, massive team, great team behind all this work. We've got board members here. We have Isabel, Neil, Bill and Warren there. And then we have Wolf as a task force member as well. And then we have the wonderful drafting team members. We have Susan, Jamie and Joanna. And staff, of course, we have Claire, Dan, Adriana, and there's Fadi, who's at the back of the room, wave Fadi, and then TK, who's at the side, joined the team in January. But I would also like to, on the record, thank Lynn, Natalie, and of course, Diane, for all their hard work in bringing us to this point as well. It is very much appreciated. So if we have the next slide, please. There is something slightly wrong with the mics.
Yeah, we're going to have to fix it at lunch break. So
that's fine. Okay, so I'll just keep carrying on. I'll just shout loudly. As with most projects, it's good to have a reminder of the objectives. Why are we here? What are we trying to achieve? And this, of course, was agreed in September. We are going to develop an overarching standard, of course, a standalone standard for assurance on sustainability reporting. And that is responsive, of course, to the public interest need for a timely standard that supports the consistent performance of robust quality assurance engagements. And of course, it needs to be suitable across all sustainability topics, information about those topics, and of course, frameworks. And importantly, we want it to be implementable by all assurance practitioners. So like our colleagues at the IAASB, we are developing, of course, a global baseline. Can we have the next slide, please? So in the agenda today, I'll first actually go through the feedback we've received from the CAG and the SMPAG. Vili very kindly, on my behalf, attended the IAASB meeting to give them an update on our activities, and he's got a little bit of feedback from that for us to hear about. Then other than tomorrow morning, when, as Tom has already said, we'll be hearing from the IAASB, GRI, EFRAG and IFAC. We will then carry on going through the standard, walking through in the order of the standard as well, and going through all the proposed parts. To Tom's point, please, if you have any concerns, like for example, well, I think the application material here is too long. Please say where it's too long, why it's too long, or specifically what you think we could cut out from that perspective. And also, if you feel we're missing something, please articulate what that is, and that will really help us in moving towards the next phase. So if we could go to the next slide. So couple of pointers here from CAG. They only had access to the draft standard itself the Friday before the meeting. So some of them actually did manage to get through, which I thought was incredibly impressive, and we were very grateful. But of course, not all of them did. So we did take time, therefore, when we presented to the CAG and talking through our approach to the challenges and, of course, other areas. In terms of those priority areas, there was broad support for our approach to the priority areas and the other areas. They did highlight the importance of addressing greenwashing, double materiality, and making sure that we're aligned with IAASB as far as possible. I don't know quite why I didn't make it into the issues paper, and I apologize for that. It's my fault. But we do have a little bit on double materiality in the standard, but we do intend to just take some time out and noodle a bit more over that to see what else we might want to include. We also discussed some other areas which may raise challenges, such as guidance from the value chain, so information from sources external to the entity. A rhetorical point was made about potential prevalence of modified reports, and we chatted about that a little bit. And then the guidance around maturity of internal control systems, that was recognized as being helpful, but maybe we want to think about whether more is needed. And I think, Jim, that's probably it in terms of high level, because obviously we did talk about it for some time, but I'll just hand over to you if you have anything else to add.
Thank you, Josephine. And I think you captured the essence here. There was quite a bit of discussion regarding limited assurance versus reasonable assurance. And I think one of the CAG members noted, I guess it's in a certain jurisdiction, that they're going to start with the requirement for limited assurance reports. But as you highlight here on the third bullet down, some particular concern around limited assurance and the issue of greenwashing and what the public thinks that the auditor is doing versus what the auditor may actually be doing. And so that was an important part of our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could move on to the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So IFAC SMPAG, overall, they were positive about the progress and supported the IAASB expediting the project. They do recognize that sustainability reporting is not just a large entity matter, it is of course an SME matter, an SMP matter, particularly when you're thinking about the impact on the value chain or the other way around. There was a general caution around length and keeping it scalable, but they did say they hadn't had a chance to get through all the material. They recommended that we need further guidance on using the work of others, but this could in fact be non-authoritative guidance. They also asked us to consider if fraud is the right term here, maybe intentional misstatement might be a better term. So we're kind of getting into the weeds here. They asked for us to clarify further the conditionality of internal controls testing for a limited assurance engagement. So clarify it is conditional. And also that make sure that non-assured information is clearly differentiated from assured information. They also asked us to consider expanding our reference group members to include SMPs. We do already have 2 out of the 10 of our reference group 1 as SMP representatives, but we will of course have a look at that and see if there's more that we can do there. Thank you. If we move to the next slide. And Vili, if I could hand over to you to the IAASB board meeting feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. And so the Ethics Board had a board meeting last week. And as part of their session on Monday, I just gave them an update on where we are with the IAASB project. So reflected on this slide is some of the specific matters that were raised by the Ethics Board. The first one was highlighting the need to accommodate group sustainability information. So I did indicate to them that while we clearly recognize, obviously, that we need to accommodate the fact that sustainability information that's subject to an assurance engagement may be combined across various entities and business units, like in a group, across different locations, including jurisdictions, that for purposes of the overarching standard, we do not anticipate group-like audit requirements like we have in ISA 600. We have tried to bring this out within the scope of the sustainability information as it is addressed in various parts of the standard. And obviously here comes in also the use of the work of others, which I'm sure will be a specific discussion point as we get into the content. It's obviously also addressed in the notion of the entity's reporting boundary. They also highlighted to us the importance of, as part of the preconditions for an assurance engagement, evaluating the suitability and availability of criteria. And they specifically ask whether we do point out that when there's entity-developed criteria, that there is a risk of management bias. And yes, we do, and that is addressed in part 3. There was a specific question also whether ISA 5000 will be addressing other assurance or certification services that might obviously be relevant to the sustainability information that is within the scope of the engagement. And again, I think we've got some strong material in part 2 that deals with the engagement team, and then obviously when you use the work of others. And again, we will have that discussion. And then, not surprisingly, a number of comments around coordination between the IAASB and the Ethics Board. That came up really in 3 areas in terms of we have to be aligned in terms of our terms and definitions. And again, I think that will come up as we get into the content. The specific matter that was raised at the Ethics Board meeting is that at the moment, our approach to the definition of sustainability information is a bit different between their approach and our approach. But I don't think it's an insurmountable problem. I think we'll get to a solution. Also, the interoperability of the standard with the code. We are maintaining an inventory of coordination issues, and we do have regular meetings at the at the staff level, well, bi-weekly meetings. So we will obviously keep an eye on those coordination issues. And then the timelines of the 2 boards projects. On that point, I'm not going to say too much at this moment. We know that we will have a separate discussion regarding that issue as well. Thank you, Josephine.
Thank you very much, Lily, and thanks again for attending. So if we move on to the next slide. So this is just really a nice visual to show you the progress we've made to date. And I would say that the Sustainability Assurance Task Force should be patting themselves on the back here. It demonstrates that by the end of the June meeting, we will have had at least 3 reads of quite a bit, if not the majority of the material. And then we just have to cover off the introduction section, which is the scope and applicability of the standard. I'm just making sure that's right. And then of course, illustrative reports. And Adriana's working hard in the background, putting those together for you as well. So we're nearly there. But at the moment, what you see in front of you now is the bulk now of the materials. So that's really good news. And we feel as a group, therefore, we're in actually really good space. So as we'll work through it, we do have some times connected to each of the different pieces that we want to talk through as we go through the standard. We will look at the standard, the requirements, and the application material together as we pop through. And then, as I say, I do have a bit of a timetable to go through. Today, we intend to cover the objectives, definitions, part 1 and part 2. Towards the end of the day, and then hopefully we'll be able to pick up from part 3 tomorrow afternoon. So that's the intention today. So Tom, I just want to turn to you if there's anything else you think we might need to cover.
Does anyone have any reactions to what they've heard so far? You ready to make a 15-minute sprint before lunch?
All right, great. So Dan Montgomery, over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Josephine, and welcome everyone. I'm going to be your tour guide for the first three parts of the walkthrough. As Josephine mentioned, the objectives, the definitions, and then part one. And so if we just move to the next slide, we might as well dive right into the objectives. And section B.1 of the issues paper, paragraph 14, explains that the task force reviewed the objectives of ISAE 3000 revised and ISAE 3410 and concluded that the objectives of 3000, with some minor revisions to refer to sustainability assurance engagements, are appropriate for proposed ISSA 5000. As a reminder, the objectives are intended to be outcomes-based, so there's no need to repeat the requirements in the standard in the objectives. And in fact, the requirements are designed to enable the practitioner to achieve those objectives. So as an overarching standard, these objectives are written at a high level, and they're consistent with, as I mentioned, with ISAE 3000, and written in a manner that's similar to the overall objectives of the auditor in ISA 200. So with that, Tom, I think it's, we'll just ask the board for input on these two paragraphs, paragraphs 1 and 2, which are the objectives. There's a lone paragraph of application material, paragraph A1. Apologies, it got slotted in the wrong place. It's on paragraph 3 of the application material. It really should be the very first application material paragraph preceding the definitions, but paragraph A1.
Yeah, that goes to a general point that you guys did a great job in consolidating the parts into one, but there's intended to be a cleanup exercise between now and our next board meeting. Edo.
Thank you, Tom. And let me first start with congratulating the task force for the monumental efforts of keeping me busy for the guts of a week and a half to work through this. But fantastic job done. That's and we're spending clearly a lot of time on this today. We had, and not only for the work done, but also considering the comments we made last time around to a certain extent. And so very well done. From a personal point of view, I'm deeply or very supportive of the project, and it's one of the reasons why I gladly give this time to it to get this out in the marketplace as soon as we can do. In respect of the first two paragraphs, then, and then this is on a fresh read where we say to obtain reasonable assurance or limited assurance as appropriate. And does that mean that one or the other is more appropriate than the other? And I know it's coming out of 3000, but I'm really wondering whether it's as applicable to the engagement. Well, one engagement is, well, you have an engagement for reasonable or limited or certain subject matter aspect, subject matter are on reasonable or limited. So just wanted to give that for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I have one brief comment relating to paragraph 1 little g. It's the term disclosures. Consideration might be given as to whether the definition of the term disclosures, plural, ought to be disclosure, singular, or whether to use parenthesis 40S. That's my comment. Thanks.
Interesting.
Need to put my Kai, sorry, where are you? You said disclosures. Where exactly, which paragraph are you referring to? So we're in the objectives right now, paragraph 1 and 2.
Right. It's the definition paragraph 1 little g. Sorry for this.
You're in the definitions.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
All right. Hold that thought then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. Thanks.
We'll hold that thought. We won't make you repeat
Okay,
it.
so 1 and 2
yes.
refers to the objectives. Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
This is
Sorry
where
for
the
this.
numbering is slightly confusing. So
sorry for this.
we're in the objectives right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other? Renato.
Thank you, Tom. And thanks the whole team for the great effort. I think I need to congratulate probably half of the board because most of you are involved here. I don't really have any comment about the objectives, and I understand the requirements and all the application materials are pretty much there to support the objectives. And the way I see this document, and it's a general comment, it's really a compilation of selective requirements and application materials from different places, ISAS, SQM, LCE, ISAEs, et cetera. And it's really hard to object that the content is wrong because it's literature that we see in other standards. I remember when we were doing the EER project, there were a lot of comments from practitioners and people using the standards, how to execute, that the content was not understandable, that there were a lot of inconsistencies and confusion. And even though I recognize most of the requirements and the application material is coming from different places, as I said, I'm not really sure if we are really solving the issue with the extent of the content. It's, of course, much better what we have today, but at the end, I think the comments and the feedback from the advisory group or the advisory panel and from practitioners, it's just going to be different depending on the background, depending on the experience, depending on the country, and I don't know if there's some sensibility from the whole task force on whether or not the way it's being presented, which is different to how the ISAE 3000 is written, because this one follows a similar structure like the LCE. And I recognize that most of the people with the audit background involved in the exposure of LCE will be more familiar on how this document is being presented, will be probably seen differently from others in practice. And if that way of packaging here, it's really helping them in a better execution, in more consistent approach, and in solving one of the pain points in practice. And I'm just curious if what you're hearing from the advisory group, which includes, of course, practitioners, it's telling you that the way the whole document, it doesn't really matter if it is 500 pages or 50 pages. If the way it's being done, it's really helping them. And that's a point I haven't really heard from the feedback I've heard. And probably it's something that I would like to hear from the task force, at least so far, if it is really going the way people are expecting.
It's really interesting, Fernando, your comment. But one of the things I've heard in outreach, and I've been in a lot of places around the world on this topic, was the desire for us to build upon existing frameworks and concepts, which particularly since 3000 is very much in place, and to take the knowledge of what we have, apply it to us. The other thing I had heard was that our EER guidance had been a net very helpful. And so the idea of bringing that in to mandatory requirements was viewed as a good thing. So we'll get a lot more feedback now that this is all on a sheet of paper, but what I've been hearing in terms of general approach has been positive so far. I have not been interacting with reference groups who are really closer to it, and maybe hearing from the task force on that, but I've got an encouragement that we're on the right track, at least in terms of approach. I think Ado just put his card up, and then I'll call on Josephine and the team to respond.
Yes, thank you. And Tom, I would agree with you. That is similar to what I'm hearing. But one of the questions that we also got was, so where does that leave the EER guidance after this? There is a lot of good stuff in there. Some of it is being pulled out, being brought into the standard, but will that document survive in its current form? Or are we going to do something with it to coexist next to the standards? I guess that's a question that I'm hearing from people I talk to.
Well, from Ado, in terms of ER guidance, yes, it will still be there. There's still a significant amount of material in that guidance that I think will still be helpful, and the material we wouldn't necessarily want in a standard. Fernando, for the reference groups, from my experience, but I'll have Claire jump in because she has a lot more experience. It tends to, on the bigger picture, they are comfortable with the direction. They do recognize that we want to make sure that it's high quality, robust standards. So that means bringing in some of the board's more recent thinking, which is why we have some of the more modern, recently revised standards coming into the proposed ISA 5000. And when the reference groups I've been to, they've been more at the granularity in the sense that, oh, can you just help us out with this piece? We're not quite sure how these two pieces come together, but on the whole, they are very positive about the direction that we've taken.
Fernando, any?
Yeah, I'm happy to add to what Josephine said in answer to your question, Fernando, that really in terms of the actual composite or the complete standard where we're putting it all in one document, the reference group have only just seen that at the same time you have, because we were looking at it with them and with everyone in the task force up until the papers were posted for the meeting. We were looking at them as separate parts, so they didn't get that same sense yet. So the feedback in terms of how they like the look of the whole thing together, we don't have the detailed feedback on that, but we've certainly, as Josephine was saying, getting positive feedback on the direction, and certainly they were not, overall, I would say the two reference groups are not overly concerned with the length. They are more concerned with the robustness of what's provided, and that information is useful rather than being overly concerned how long it's going to be. But I know you didn't mention length, but I know that's one thing that comes into that. So but the approach of going in the order of how you would roughly do an engagement has been supported, I think, with everyone we've spoken with. Thank you.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom. I mean, I would, I guess, just echo this is the first task force that I've worked on. The extent of effort that I've seen from a huge body of individuals has been really impressive. And so the volume of information coming to the boards, great to see. Fernando, your questions, it's spot on. You know, have we solved the problem that we're looking to solve? And I think that's a terrific challenge to the task force to take back. Obviously, we're building from existing information, and this would be a great starting point that we're looking to achieve. So we've got a great base now. And this conversation that takes place over the next 2 days and then the exposure will only add to solving the problem further. And so it can't be solved already. That would have been too easy. We also realize that even once the standard itself is issued, it probably still isn't solved because we're looking to issue a suite of standards. And so this journey doesn't end just with this single overarching standard. In this area of evolving frameworks and evolving experiences, we will need to continue to evolve and issue further guidance in support of practitioners as well. So I'd just emphasize that the journey doesn't end on this one singular standard. But really, thank you for the challenge. It's good for us to take back.
Yeah, I think this is something going back to our mantra on this, that perfect can't be the enemy of good, but it's also going to be version 1.0. And there may be, even on this standard, several iterations of it in much more rapid succession than we're used to. Kai?
Just a reflection to what's being discussed based on what I see as well. I think the expectation from practitioners looking into what is coming in a standard goes way beyond what we currently have in standards. They go to a greater level of granularity and trying to solve some of the practical implementation issues and how you should do this in practice. So responding to Fernando's challenge of have we solved the issue, I think the issue is then, have we gone far enough in the standards and additional information and signaling what is to be expected in a standard, so that methodologies and whatever else can start to be developed to bridge that gap between a standard and what you would need in practice, because I don't think we should solve all of those issues in a standard. There's only so much we can do there. So.
This is the same challenge we face on the audit side, of course, too, where there's always a demand for greater methodological approaches in our audit standards too. But this is a much more nascent field. Maybe what we should do, we should ask the tour guide to summarize. I think you got general support of the objectives, other than the suggestion about if applicable rather than if appropriate. Maybe summarize there, and then the tour guide could get some rest for an hour, and some sustenance. Dan?
And thanks, Tom. And I think you already summarized it. I take it from the comments that the board is generally happy with the objectives, with the exception, Ado, of the one minor wording suggestion, maybe more than minor, that the task force will have a look at. And just to thanks to all the board members for the comments, starting with yours, Fernando, that triggered a lot of good discussion about solving the issue for practitioners. And I couldn't summarize it any better than what Neil did in terms of this. This is the start of the journey, and the reactions from stakeholders to the exposure draft will start to give a picture of where concerns might still exist, and then the board and the task force and the board can take those up post exposure. So thanks to all.
Not good night yet. So we're going to break right now. We're going to reconvene. It says, oh, now we're 15 minutes for lunch according to schedule. And I listened to what the set schedule tells me. We'll restart at 2:30 New York time. Hopefully the mics could get resynced and that during a lunch period, and good start to the discussion, and we have a lot more to go. See you shortly.
Coming here. Yeah, I know.
Well,
Oh, okay, okay, we should start getting seated. Okay, let's get back to work.
Okay, everybody, thank you very much. So we've got through the objectives, and so next on the slot, our tour guide, Dan Montgomery, is going to talk us through the definitions, and hopefully we should be able to cover those in the next half hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Josephine. And if we could get back to the slides here. While we're waiting for that, the next topic of conversation for the board are the definitions. And I'll remind the board that the definitions were discussed in December. The board had a number of comments and suggestions that led to revisions of several of the definitions, and a few were added in response to those comments. I will note, however, that many of the definitions have not changed since December, and the revisions and additions are explained in the significant changes paper. That's agenda item 4A. In many cases, the nature of the revisions was to streamline, or in some cases to revert back to or align with existing definitions in ISA 3000 or ISA 3410 in response to those comments. I am not going to go through all of the definitions or all of the definitions that have changed. We do want to focus on 2 or 3. And the 2 that we'll focus on first, sustainability information and disclosures. Those 2 are related. Performance materiality is a new definition that was added, and we're happy to take comments from the board on that definition as a part of this discussion. But I might suggest that it may be better to talk about that definition when we get to part 5. It's maybe better in the context of the discussion of materiality. Plus, that way, if there are any questions from the board, I can let Isabel and Joanna deal with those. But please feel free if you do have comments now on the definition of when we get into the discussion, the definition of performance materiality can bring those up. So I want to give just a few opening remarks to set up the discussion. First, on sustainability information. It's fair to say that the task force had a fair amount of discussion on that particular definition. And there's also been dialogue with the IAASB Sustainability Task Force, as was noted in the significant changes paper. Vili also alluded to that in his comments previously on the discussion with the IAASB board. The definition, at least the first part of the definition, the first sentence of the definition of sustainability information is unchanged from December. The task force noted that it really is just the definition of subject matter information. And so the task force thought, should it be changed, or is there a need to change? Should it or could it be made more informative? But the first thing the task force did was go back to September of 2022. And the papers for that meeting and the discussion at that meeting indicated that subject matter information is a complex phrase that often creates confusion because of its conceptual nature. So at that time, the working group believed that sustainability information was a better term, a simpler term, and more appropriate for a standard that's designed to focus on sustainability assurance. And the board agreed with that back in September. So where did the task force land? The first thing that, or one of the things the task force talked about was the need to be consistent with the foundational concepts in 3000 in particular, the concepts of subject matter information and underlying subject matter. The task force was of the view that introducing new terms would potentially be confusing with those core concepts. So decided to keep the definition of sustainability information, but added a sentence in the definition, that's paragraph 1PP in the proposed standard, to indicate that sustainability information is the equivalent of subject matter information in other IAASB assurance standards. The task force also considered whether sustainability information could be defined more simply, or to describe what it is. So in simplest terms, sustainability information is information about sustainability related matters. So the task force discussed different possibilities, including referring to or even defining sustainability matters, reporting topics, or coming up with some other term. And as noted in paragraph 19 of the issues paper, the task force did a little bit of research. There are different terms that are used in sustainability reporting standards and frameworks, as well as in some of the sustainability assurance reports that have been issued. So references to sustainability matters, sustainability factors, reporting topics, material topics. And so at the end of the day, the task force was of the view that the concept of sustainability information was just generally understood, and that there's a risk of over-engineering the terminology by coming up with additional definitions or complicating the definition. And so what's important are two things. One is whatever sustainability information is driven by the applicable criteria, reporting framework. And secondly, as Claire and Wolf will describe a little bit more when we get into part 3, the practitioner has to obtain a preliminary knowledge during acceptance and continuance of the sustainability information that's expected to be reported, and then whether all or a part of that information is within the scope of the assurance engagement. So the task force has kept the references to topics and aspects of topics throughout the standard, recognizing that those terms were used in the approved project proposal with examples provided of each. The task force did add a definition of disclosures, and we'll come to that in a moment, but part of the rationale for adding that definition was to try to pull all of this together, topics, aspects of topics, and disclosures. One final point, the task force also discussed whether to use different terms for sustainability information reported by the entity or sustainability information that's within the scope of the assurance engagement. and once again was concerned about adding confusion with different terms. And the decision was to use appropriate contextual wording throughout the standard when referring to the sustainability information subject to assurance. We'll recognize up front that probably need to do another scrub of the standard to make sure that there's a consistent references to the information that's subject to the assurance engagement. So that's sustainability information. The related definition is disclosures. And there was a discussion of that in section B.2.1 of the issues paper, which you all have read. The disclosures, again, were discussed or the concept of disclosures was discussed in December in connection with the whole conversation about aggregation and disaggregation of information. The board had a number of comments about that, which has led to some changes in Part 5 that Isabel and Joanna will discuss later. But as it relates to disclosures, the task force continued to believe that this is an important overarching concept, and among other things, it sets the context for the level of granularity at which the sustainability information is considered for purposes of planning and performing the engagement. Michelle, if we could just pop forward one slide. You might recall this one from December, and the task force is not using this here to re-debate the concepts of topics or aspects of topics, but only to reinforce the point that was discussed in December, that disclosures are really the intersection of topics and aspects of topics. And the board in December indicated that had a little problem with the definition that was provided in December because it referred to both topics and aspects of topics. The board suggested that the disclosure really is related to an aspect of a topic. So the task force agreed with that, by the way, and now has revised the definition in paragraph 1G to make it specific to specific information provided about an aspect of a topic. I mentioned the application material, paragraph A3 was added to explain the relationship between topics, aspects of topics, and disclosures. This is another area where the task force will do a review before the June meeting to make sure that there's no confusion or that there's consistency in the use of those terms throughout the standard. The one thing that the task force noted was that that application material, it's only a single paragraph, but it indeed might be helpful as a starting point to bridge between the IAASB's proposed definition of sustainability information and the IASB sustainability task force's proposed definition. Certainly acknowledge that further coordination will be needed with the IASB task force, and that is planned. So Michelle, if we could pop back one slide, back to slide 11. Tom, we're ready to take the board's input on the definitions. That's the whole package here, paragraphs 1A to 1SS, and the related application material A1R through A13. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. And note for the record, Kai had raised the point about G disclosures, basically saying that there should be a parentheses around the S because it should start with the singular. Okay. Any comments on the definitions? Sachiko?
Thank you, Tom. And first of all, thank you very much, Dan and Josephine, your team, for your hard work. It must be incredible. So thank you so much. And thank you, Dan, for your explanation about the definition of sustainability information. I have a comment on that. That your explanation was very helpful for me to refresh my mind about what we discussed. But although I understand it is hard to define by its nature on the definition of sustainability information, but I think it may create some confusion about what the scope of this standard is, because the current definition implies it encompasses any information. And in addition, I think you mentioned that this sustainability information is used with appropriate contextual wording when referring to sustainability information subject to assurance, etc. But different people read this definition in different way, especially whether this definition is limited to the information within the scope of the assurance or not. Some, including me, read that this definition only refers to the information within the scope of the assurance, as the definition of subject matter is what is being measured or evaluated in accordance with the applicable criteria. And the definition of applicable criteria is a criteria used for the particular engagement. And also when I look at ER guidance, it defines ER subject matter information as that part of the ER information in the ER report that is subject to the ER assurance engagement. So that use subject matter information only the part in the assurance engagement. So there is some inconsistency. So maybe we need to think about whether this definition is okay, or maybe some explanation is needed in the introduction section about what it is, or maybe Dan, your suggestion about linkage to the definition in IAASB might help, because maybe they are trying to define that term by its nature, right? So something maybe we can take a look at that, but that's all. And may I also comment on other terms as well in the dissect section? I also have some comment on the definition about fair presentation framework and the compliance framework. Now it's missing. As part 9 uses this concept, I think this definition is needed because all the auditors may be very familiar with these concepts, but I think it may not be the same for non-auditors, and they may find it difficult to understand. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane?
Thank you. This is my favorite part of the standard, probably just like Warren. I'm surprised he didn't present this section. So staying with sustainability for information for a second, and Dan, your opening comments were very helpful. I think this is not a fatal flaw. It's a suggestion. I think what is still hanging people up, or could hang people up, is the sustainability information what the company has disclosed or what I'm subject to the assurance engagement. And I know you said you're going to go make sure that throughout the document got the right context, but it may be something as simple as sustainability information includes the full portfolio, the full list of what is being disclosed, which may be broader than what's subject to the engagement. Just something, both my comments are belts and suspenders. So I'd put it in that type of caveat, because I think the confusion is still a little bit, who's sustainability information, and is it the full population, or is it just what I'm engaged to opine on? And I think that's causing a little agita. The second one is on disclosure. 99% there. First I said, well, you're defining the first one by using the word aspect, but then we don't define aspect. But then when you go to A3, I like A3. My only suggestion, again, belts and suspenders, is a final sentence that says something like, accordingly, disclosures include the topics and the aspects, period. So that was it. Those are my two comments. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm going to build on what Sashiko and Diane have said, and because I was struggling with the same matters, and then I appreciate that you want succinct wording then, and I'm not sure I'm entirely convinced by bringing contextual information into the standard will clarify this in the mind of the people. I think we need to be clearer about what is sustainability information that's reported versus sustainability information that we are providing assurance on, and that distinction would in my view need to be clearer from the get-go. The other thing is let me just go back to disclosures, and I said it at the last board meeting. I don't like us defining a general purpose word as a definition, not at all, because disclosure has a meaning which we understand. Nobody else defines disclosures. IFRS doesn't define disclosure, but we are providing a disclosure. And if you open up the IFRSs, the word disclosure pops up many, many times, and in an entirely different meaning that we are trying to convey here. And I struggle with that. I had the same point as Diane, and if I can, so you helpfully put up the schedule of topic and aspect of a topic. I didn't, so my recollection of the discussion we had at the time was not, well, we need to be focusing on the aspect, because it's both, it's the intersection. And when we are disclosing, no pun intended, certain matters about the topic, let's say it is information how the estimate came about, that is not about an aspect of a topic, but still may be required by, or may still be useful in there and will be subject to the assurance engagement. So I also had its topic and aspects of the topic in my notes. Then, so, and with the discussion on sustainability information, I look at the definition of misstatement, which says a difference between the sustainability information. Whereas if you go to part, so is it 6.7, it all sits at the disclosure level where we need to look at misstatements. So it was felt that there's a misalignment there in the definitions. And oddly enough, when we were discussing this in our outreach, and this goes back to the relevant ethical requirements, where I think we all sort of understand when you're a non-practitioner, the intent is that if they don't have anything as demanding as IAASB, they use IAASB. But that is not explicit in the standards. And we see in practice that non-practitioners don't use ISQC or ISQM1 because it's not required in the standards. That's how they read it. I did not at all have this in my mind, but it may be worth checking whether it's indeed as explicit as we all understand it to be. And that's, I think, what I had on the definition. So thank you.
Okay, a lot of focus has been on the disclosure definition and the sustainability information definition. I don't know, to the team, is it helpful to focus on one of those right now and help resolve it, or should we continue to get full comments from people?
Why don't we do that? Because that will really help us in terms of moving forward to the next time we come to the board. At least then we'll feel like we've addressed that issue and we can move on from that issue. So yes, so why don't we it doesn't focus on sustainability information, and also on disclosures as well. But I do note that Diana and Ado have actually given us some nice, helpful ways of addressing it to get them more comfortable with it. So it's really, with that in mind, if other board members could think about that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I just, rather than take on a load of issues, I'd rather have a discussion on one. So should we deal with disclosures? Anyone else disclosure want to come in on that topic? Sue?
So probably similar to what's been gone before, and particularly talking to people who are perhaps not as familiar with our standards as others. Just questions around whether we could have more in the way of descriptions of topics and aspects of topics, recognizing that A3 is there and it is very helpful. But there were questions about what the difference was between each of those three elements there. So I think your picture does the job well, Dan. And I will also have some comments that I can send through as well. Thanks.
Julie, were you on disclosure?
Nothing more, Tom, than what's already been raised.
Okay. Anyone else here? Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. I think this is the first time I'm speaking, so I have to thank the Army for lots of excellent materials and lots of really good changes. I wanted to come in on disclosures and sustainability information, as you asked. I'm thinking, and Dan, I have to tell you, your explanation was really helpful to me sitting here in the room. I would need a script to go back to some of my outreach folks, but I'm thinking maybe we don't define disclosures and we define aspects and topics, and A3 does work if you do that. That's what I think the solution might be. On sustainability information, I don't think I have to pile on. I think there were a lot of good suggestions, but I will say that the same confusion. I had two outreach groups for this. It was practitioners as well as the IAASB task force. And so there's some differences between the practitioners and the technical folks, and very different views on what sustainability information is. But I think some of the suggestions would be very helpful.
Anyone else on disclosure? Kai?
Yeah, I did have the same, but I think the suggestions as Ado and Diana's come up, it goes in the right direction for me.
Why don't we get a response on what we've heard on disclosure before we go to sustainability information?
So the last thing that was suggested by Wendy was that actually we ditch disclosures and we don't try to define it, which is sort of sits a little bit with Ado's point that no one else defines this. And if we do, we could be going down a track which is outside of our remit potentially even. And Wendy instead suggested that what we talk about is we talk about the topics and aspects of topics. And so it'd be quite useful to get the board's views on that. The only thing I would say is that when we looked at all the different sustainability reporting frameworks that are out there at the moment, some have topics, some have material topics, and they're not quite the same. Some don't talk about aspects of topics. So we kind of will get ourselves in the same position where we're defining something that is used in many different frameworks, but it might not necessarily fit to each of the frameworks that are being used. So just with that in mind, if the board have any, and Ado's put his card up, which is helpful, if the board have any other considerations there, and if they feel that that's still okay to go down that track, given what my caution there.
Good.
Yeah, I think that would cause you quite a bit of pain in the remodeling the rest of the standard. But where my mind was a little bit, and I'm not sure whether that's the right one to use, sustainability disclosures, make it a terminology. I don't mind that disclosure is in there, but not just disclosures by itself. So I think
it's the generic term that.
Yeah, no, it's a generic term that rubs me the wrong way next to the other comment I made. So if it's sustainability disclosure, we keep it on topic, on point. And
just to that point as well, there is, if we think about S1, which we'll be hearing about tomorrow, that'll be exciting. They do use a particular phrase, which is sustainability related disclosures. So I think that's along the same lines that you're heading. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on disclosures? Okay, so let's go to the topic of sustainability information.
So I just want to raise a point on sustainability information. So when the task force were talking about this, and there are things that we can probably do, but this point about the difference between what the assurance provider is providing assurance on, so what part of that sustainability information is subject to the assurance engagement, as opposed to what part isn't. In some ways, we felt doesn't really matter. The sustainability information that's being reported is the sustainability information. It has been measured and evaluated, and there is the outcome. It's there. So the key thing, I think, in this respect is not to try and build that into sustainability information, because that's changing what we mean by subject matter information as well. It's just standing back from it and thinking about, is it clear enough in the standard that you may have a situation where you're only providing assurance on a piece of it, the whole sustainability information, or you're providing assurance over the whole thing. So I think we should leave the subject matter information, sustainability information definition alone from that perspective, and just focus on making sure as we're going through as a board all the requirements and application material, that it's very clear that this may happen. You might not be doing the whole thing, you may only be doing a piece of it.
Eva, I guess one thing too, when you're thinking about this was an issue, Billy, right, that was flagged in your discussion with IAASB. Could you give me some color on that? That might be useful.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So as I indicated when I gave the report back on my presentation to the ethics board last week, is the sustainability information definition that we have is the one that's in the papers now. They have gone, the ethics board, in terms of their discussions, and I'll be honest, I don't know where they landed with the discussions, but they started off in a different place. They started off in a place of they wanted to describe what sustainability information is from a context of this is what it's about. This is what it is trying to describe. So they went off and they started from a perspective of saying it's information about the subject matter. And they've tried to describe what that subject matter is. So they've looked at it from a more broadly referring to the nature and extent of an entity's sustainability related activities. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I can read you the definition that was presented to their board last week. So they said sustainability information is the information relating to environmental, social, and governance factors, including policies, plans, and goals that are relevant to an organization's activities over the short, medium, and long term. So you can see it says it's information about that subject matter. Broadly defined, referring to the entity's sustainability-related activities. From our context, and I think that is what Dan referred to, our point of departure was that we need to stay close to the concepts in ISO 3000 revised, because what we need is I'm trying to tell a practitioner how to go and do an assurance engagement. I need to tell him you're going to encounter information that's a result of a process that the entity is responsible for. So as Josephine said, the sustainability information is what results from the process of applying criteria to the subject matter. And that's why we decided to stick with that definition, because it's, and then as Josephine said, it's then, is it all of that information or only part of that information that's subject to the assurance engagement? So I think so the two boards started in different places. I think clearly what we need to try and do is obviously, and I think Dan alluded to the fact, do we find a bridge to bridge that and acknowledge that they're just starting from different places, or do we really need to work towards having exactly the same definition?
And just maybe my ignorance being exposed here, but conceptually it is possible to be in two different places, because their standard applies to anyone generating this information, including practitioners in business, and ours applies to only practitioners doing an assurance engagement. So it is possible that ours could be a subset or self-contained within their definition. It's the problem is when they're inconsistent, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right. Josephine, anything you want to add on this about sort of or Dan, in terms of the philosophy? I think we should be very transparent on this point and consider it, because it is a major point, and we will need to have a package that works together with IAASB.
Yeah, no, nothing further to add from the team, but I agree with that. We have we are coming at from one perspective, which is the assurance practitioner. And then if they put more flavor to what is sustainability information, then that I think that's work that's going to work. I think it's actually complementary, if anything. So, but yes, we will stay very close to that. So I don't think we need any more comments on, did you want? No, so we're fine. So we can probably move on to other comments from board members on the definitions.
James, you were.
Yeah, maybe just the stage of their deliberations, and I think they arrived in the meeting is we're not in a position yet to conclude. Part of that is the utility of a definition is going to determine your scope of application, in which requirements are making reference to that material. And so you think about non-assurance services. How do you define whether that is a part of the within or outside a part of a rule within the code? They're not yet at the drafting of specific requirements, and so they've not yet determined whether whether a definition is needed, and if so, at what degree of precision is needed for those requirements to operate. So they basically said, we're going to wait and see, and they heard the viewpoint of a broader. They understood that as long as the IAASB's definition is within or subsumed within their definition, right? It fits, then that would be acceptable. They have not yet determined their need or their specificity for a requirement in relation to their requirements.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the important coordination issues are raised at the table, and this is one. Anyone on sustainability information, please use your physical hand, because there are lots of cards and some of it relates to other definitions. Janine?
I'm not sure if this is the right moment to raise it, but when I was reading it, and I was wondering, because if you're a professional accountant doing this kind of work in the future, you are more familiar with all the terminology. But if you're not a professional accountant, but a practitioner doing assurance on sustainability information, I was wondering whether the subject matter or underlying subject matter, whether that is not making it more difficult to understand. And in the definitions you've just been discussing, there is of course now the notion that it is equal to the subject matter information, but in general, is there also it might be good to also consider the clarity for non-professional accountants of these terms that come from the 3000. It might be very difficult to understand for others. That's my concern a little bit. So, and in particular, that it has to do with subject matter. I think it's very vague. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else want to come in on sustainability information? Ada?
Maybe just to offer a suggestion. Because I recognize that that in the way sustainability information was talked about is being the report to sustainability information, and to what extent I'm wondering, because I think that would help me if application material would explain, well, sustainability information is stuff that gets reported, and the sustainability information that's subject to assurance is a subset of it. And the reason why I think this distinction is somewhat important is that in most 3000 engagements, you really only focus on the subject matter information that is subject to assurance. So that is what you then define for the purpose of that engagement. And you don't see too often that the subject matter information is broader than what you provide assurance on. And that's distinctly different for this standard. Thank you.
Okay, Josephine and Dan?
Yeah, I mean, we have, this is exactly what we need. Thank you, Ado, because we have got material in the standard that does explain this, but I think specifically to your point, maybe we need to bring some of that up directly against the definition. So it's very clear from the get-go what we mean. So that's very helpful. Thank you.
Maybe the other thing that I would add to that, Ado, is and the board has not seen yet, obviously, the introduction, the scope and such, but the task force did have an intent to have some specific wording up front in the standard to talk about this very point, the fact that, you know, information, as Josephine indicated, sustainability information is whatever the entity has chosen to report, and what is subject to the assurance engagement may be all or a part of that, to make that clear up front in the standard. I think, Sachiko, you mentioned that as well, that maybe having something up front in the introduction might be helpful. It just it sets the stage up front for not only the definitions, but for other aspects of the requirements and application material throughout the standard.
Okay. I think we've focused on those two terms. Let's turn to other definition topics. Julie?
Thank you. I did have some thoughts on the definitions, and I guess the filter which I'm applying some of these comments, Josephine, Dan, is related to ensuring we are meeting the objective that was laid out at the very beginning of the session, which is ensuring consistency in the performance of the engagement. So that's the spirit for which some of these comments come from, just to give you some context. So the first one is on the definition of assertions. And I realize that the definition has changed from where we saw it before. And my preference would be to revert back to the previous definition. I thought it was a little more clear than what we have today. There are a couple definitions I'm wondering if we might want to consider. And the reason why I didn't bring them up before, quite honestly, is because until you see the standard all sort of in one package and you work through the different parts, you don't realize that maybe you might need a definition for something to draw clarity for it. So a couple of the ones for consideration in my mind was the definition of engagement quality reviewer. It comes in a couple of places, but we don't have that definition of what the engagement quality reviewer would, or who that person would be and what their role would be on the engagement. So that was one that I wanted to bring up. We do have performance materiality now, but wondering if we need to have materiality as well as a definition. And I think we've covered most of the other ones. I did have a point around the combination of the different phrases around sustainability information and disclosures, but we've covered that just now. And the other one I was wondering is if we need to define substantive procedures. We have terminology of further procedures and risk procedures, but should we define substantive procedures, particularly for those that might not be using those terms every day? Would that be worth defining? Thanks.
Thank you. Chumwee?
Thank you. So first of all, on the sustainability information and disclosure, I did not raise it, but we hear similar things through outreach. I did not intend to raise it because I don't have a better solution. But I think what was discussed earlier was helpful, including this suggestion from Ada, so I want to support that. So a few other comments. The first one I've raised the last round, and I've seen the explanation and this on assurance skills and techniques. I think in December, I suggested that we consider adding in professional skepticism and professional judgment. Well, I understand the explanation by the task force. I'm just looking at where this is used in the draft right now. We talk about engagement leader needing to have it and indeed developed through extensive training and practical application, and also the engagement leader ensuring that the engagement team members have it. And then just in the context of where it's used, I still feel that it's worth calling it out, given how important professional skepticism and professional judgment is in the context of sustainability assurance. So if I could ask the task force to consider it again, if it's okay. Next is on criteria, and I'm okay with removing framework and entity developed criteria from the definition. But I'm just thinking it would be helpful to just surface these terms earlier. And perhaps we could consider mentioning that in the application material instead. So just explaining that you could have framework and entity develop criteria, either or both, and then we can refer to part 3 where they explain more fully. So it's just in the spirit of raising it earlier, given how important it is. The next point I think I raised as well, the last round, this on management expert. And we talk about possessing expertise in a field other than assurance. I still struggle to understand how expertise in assurance is a relevant consideration in management expert. So I may have missed the explanation by the task force, but I still don't see how it works here. And just one last point. I was a little bit distracted. There was an email that came out when Ado was giving his comments. So I think Ado might have raised this. Sorry if I'm repeating it, but on relevant ethical requirements, the last bit on at least as demanding as the IAASB code. I think part 2A15, we explain what at least as demanding as ISQM1 means. And just wondering whether it's clear what at least as demanding in the context of IAASB code mean to the users. Do we need to maybe put a placeholder here to revisit it based on development at the IAASB's end? So just a suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. I like where we got on disclosures earlier. Just leveraging off of Chun-Wee's last comment, I have a couple of comments on the relevant ethical disclosures, relevant ethical standards in ISQM1 as well. And then, so I agree with your comments. Plus, how is a non-practitioner able to make that determination? Somewhere it says, it implies that the non-practitioner needs to determine that, and I'm unclear how they would, so I don't have the solution for that, sorry. I'm also a little challenged on how to do the filter here, so I'll bring up some things that haven't been spoken about yet. One is C, appropriate party or parties. Are we losing the concept of responsible party that's in other standards? And do we need to explain that, or could we maybe just do it in the explanatory memorandum, or maybe we need application material? At some point I was concerned that there's application material for definitions, but I think in this standard it is actually appropriate. So maybe application material can link into the other standards what we mean by appropriate parties, or we don't mean responsible parties as in some of the other standards. Let me see, we talked about disclosures. I have a few others. Engagement team. I think there's some inconsistency between some of the other standards on what is the engagement team. And I can, between what's in ISQM1 and presently what's in ISA 3000. And my only question there is that intentional. and why. I couldn't find it in the issues paper.
Could you speak closer to the microphone? Thank you.
So sorry. So sorry. Okay. Where'd you lose me? On engagement team or on appropriate parties? Okay, let's go back to appropriate parties. I wasn't sure if the term responsible party is still a term, because it is prevalent in other standards, and whether or not we either need to explain that in the explanatory memorandum or application material. That's for responsible parties. For the engagement team, there's some inconsistency between ISRE 3000 and ISQM 1, so I don't know if that's intentional. I did try to figure that out from the issues paper, but it might have been in a previously addressed. I think management's expert, another practitioner in materiality will address in the separate parts. So I'm not, in performance materiality, we talked about that. So I think that covers my comments in the definition section.
Ty?
Thank you. Some of these have already been spoken about by some of the others, but I did hear similar concerns around the ethical requirement. What does it mean to be at least as demanding, and would they know what that is? Just want to share that. Also, I think taking into account that this standard we're designing for a somewhat different audience than what we traditionally do, making sure that we include enough definitions so that they would understand what we're talking about, not having the benefit of always being in having the knowledge about the ISAs before, is an important one. And one that keeps coming up is materiality. We did have a discussion on that earlier on, I know, but I keep hearing from people that they're asking for that. Also around the framework as being brought up by others. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks, Tom. The one that I wanted to discuss was the performance materiality definition. And this came up when we were in, I think it was part 5, and dealing with materiality and suggesting that the practitioner might develop a performance materiality. And we found that the definitions of performance materiality and aggregation risk that are in ISA 320 are very helpful in helping the practitioner understand why they might develop a performance materiality. So I would encourage you to consider whether the definition could be conformed a bit more closely to the definition in 320.9 A and B that deal with the idea of reducing to an appropriately low level the probability that the aggregate of uncorrected and detected misstatements exceeds materiality. That I think is what people are trying to understand as one of the reasons why you would develop a performance materiality. So that was the one I wanted to suggest. Thanks.
Sue?
Thanks. Just a couple that haven't cropped up. On engagement team, I wonder whether it might be useful to include some of the application material from 220 revised, particularly the use of personnel from a network firm or a firm that isn't in the network. And on misstatements, I wasn't clear why presentation and disclosure has been removed from the definition, because that could infer there couldn't be a misstatement in a disclosure, and I wasn't sure that was the case. And then possibly similar to what Wendy mentioned in relation to some of the consistency. Dan, I know you said there's a full consistency check to be undertaken, and probably reminds me that I was bad and I didn't start by thanking the team for the work, because it's amazing to have got this far. So there are a couple of things like the use of staff member in when we're talking about engagement leader and other personnel in engagement team. I assume they're consistency things, and I'll send some of those through. But if they're not, it would be useful to maybe to come back and understand why they're different. Thanks.
Craig?
Thanks, Tom. I think we're at risk of raising every definition here, but I had a couple of others. Comparative information. Obviously, prior years is important, but in this space, I think target or forward-looking type information is also important. So if not more important, like greenhouse gas emission reduction target, for example. So I wondered if the definition needed to be broadened to bring that in. The other one was professional standards. I think I just expected to see in there both the ethical side and the quality side, and at the moment I see the ethical side. So that to me, the independence and ethics and quality are the sort of the pillars that underpin all of this work. There might be a good reason why quality is not in that definition, but I'm not sure why that is.
Okay. I think we're happy to have gotten the comments on definitions, because we really think are almost hoping to come close to closing out definitions at some point. Turn it back to the team. Any reactions or to specific items, or need to think about it?
Yeah, thanks, Tom, and thanks to the board as always for all of your comments and suggestions. Maybe just a few points. I won't go back to sustainability information and disclosures, because I think the task force got all of the input that it needs to progress those with your helpful suggestions. Again, thank you. With respect to some of the other definitions that have come up, the definition of assertions, Julie, I wanted to get back to that, because in December, some of the board members had concerns about the references to presentation and disclosure in the definition of assertions, that perhaps I was taking on a little bit more of the flavor of a financial reporting framework, and that some of the sustainability reporting frameworks, presentation and disclosure is kind of a part of the criteria dealing with measurement and evaluation. So on balance, the task force thought it would be better just to revert back to to align that definition with what's in 3410. Can have another look at it, but that was the rationale for it. It was in direct response to board comments in December. The materiality definition, a number of you have raised that point. I would point out that materiality is not defined in the IAASB standards anywhere. It's not in 320. There's a description of materiality, but it is not a defined term, because that's driven by user concepts. And therefore, I think, this is personal, but I think it would be difficult to come up with a definition of materiality. And just to be consistent with the other IAASB standards, not to define it, but to define performance materiality, similar to what is done in ISO 320. Eric, that gets to your point on, are there better words to describe or define performance materiality? And can the task force maybe certainly can have a look back at 320 to see whether there are better words there that can be a little more descriptive in terms of what the kind of the underlying objective is in setting performance materiality. Let's see. There have been a number of references to relevant ethical requirements and the notion of at least as demanding, and whether that's understandable, particularly to non-assurance practitioners. Where I would start is that's a concept that's in ISA 3000 revised today, the same words. And I guess the task force can go back and have a look at 3000 to see if there's anything else in the application material there that might be useful in terms of bringing that into to this standard to better explain it. The one thing that I will add is that in terms of making that statement more explicit in terms of this being subject to the relevant ethical requirements that are at least as demanding as the code or what's in law or regulation. That will be a part of the introduction as well, be specifically stated there, so that similar to what is done in ISA 3000 revised, it's in the early paragraphs there as well. And then just on the others, that kind of a smattering of other definitions that were raised, just to note that the task force will take those back and just have a look at those as well. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've done our tour of definitions. Are you?
Just wanted to pick up, Chenhui, on your point. Perhaps we didn't understand it. I took from your point that you wanted to see definitions for professional judgment and professional skepticism. No, okay, thank you. If you could explain your point for me, thank you.
I was just suggesting that when we talk about the assurance skills and techniques, whether we could consider reflecting professional skepticism and judgment inside it. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. Dan Montgomery is still the star of the show this afternoon. So we'll be moving on to part one now, which is conduct of an assurance engagement in accordance with this standard. So Dan, part one, thank you.
And thank you again, Josephine. Michelle, if we could move forward 2 slides. There we go. This is part one. And just a quick setup on this. It's a very short section, comparatively short section, on the conduct of an engagement in accordance with the ISSAs. Section B3 of the issues paper has a brief explanation here. It was noted that some preliminary draft requirements were brought to the board on part one in September of 2022. The board was generally supportive at that time. The task force looked at that preliminary drafting, considered the board input, and concluded that the requirements as they were drafted back in September were still generally appropriate, with a few minor revisions, again, to make them more sustainability assurance focused. Maybe the biggest change from September is now there's a reference to other ISSAs here, other ISSAs relevant to the engagement. And the task force view was would be helpful to call it future-proof the standard, given that additional standards in the ISSA suite may be developed in the future. So that's the rationale for adding that reference. So Tom, that's the setup. So take any comments from the board on part one, which is paragraphs 1 through 6, and the related application material A1 through A9.
Okay. Edo.
Yes, thank you. The only comment I had was in respect of paragraph 1, where I was wondering whether that paragraph is needed or sitting in the right standard, because paragraph 2 covers that effectively anyway. And I was wondering whether this should actually be a conforming amendment to 3000. That's because isn't the purpose of making this standard such that they don't use 3000 for sustainability information assurance? Thank you.
Wendy?
Sorry, I just want to come back in on the relevant ethical requirements, because Dan, you'd mentioned something about 3,000 and going back to see what's there. And I thought I had seen in one of the surveys that there's actually no reference in quite a few reports to anything. So I wasn't really sure if ISO 3000 was the place to go back to fix what's in here. And the point, I think most of the practitioners in the room understand the relevant ethical standards. They don't have to go look it up, but I think the concern that we had was how would a non-practitioner know if they were at least meeting the requirements of the IAASB standards and ISQM1 if they're not familiar with them.
Billy?
Sorry, Dan, I don't want to steal your thunder, but let me try and have a go at this one. I think what Dan was suggesting, Wendy, if I understood correctly, is that what we will do is we'll address in the introduction section what that means. Because remember, in the introduction section, we have to be clear that the standard is premised on the fact that you are an individual within a firm that applies the ethics code or requirements in law, regulation, or professional requirements that are at least as demanding, and similarly that you are subject to quality management standards. And the application material to that explains what that as demanding means. So it's that is what we will pull out of 3000 to put it in the introduction. So by the time you come to the definitions, it's already been explained, because our whole standard is premised on the fact that you have to apply with relevant ethical requirements and comply with quality management.
So I understand that from a technical perspective, but I also go back to something that Fernando said earlier, and the reliance on some of the other standards and EER, I think, was great, pulling that all in and pulling it all together. I'm just questioning whether or not it's enough. And maybe do we need application material, or maybe it'll be in the explanatory memorandum, or a question, so that we can get some comfort that non-practitioners will make the proper consideration. So it's intuitive to us.
And I think it's relevant for everybody that's going to use our standard. So it will certainly be in the application material. So there's quite extensive application material that explains what does as demanding mean. So I think it will be clear.
Okay, we'll have to see. We're sensitive to this point, and we'll see it when the introduction comes to the board, right? Which is April. Okay. Any other comments on part one? Dan, any reaction?
No, Ado, the task force can have a look at your point there on paragraph 1 of part 1. But other than that, what's there, as I mentioned, is pretty much taken directly from 3000.
Okay, are we ready to go to part 2? So if we're ready to go for part 2. We'll run this for about 20 minutes. We'll have a break, and then we'll finish. I think part 2 is the section we want to complete today.
Okay, thank you. So we're now handing over to Bill and Jamie, who will take us through part 2, which is the fundamental concepts, general principles, and overarching requirements. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks, Josephine. I'll just make a couple of introductory comments, which will be repeated by others, I'm sure. But as we get into these parts, let me restate that everything in here comes from existing literature, so it's not, you know, pretty well not new. I don't think there should be too much debate about it, and that you made that comment earlier, Fernando. Secondly, it does need a little bit of cleansing, and there will be some consistency of wording issues which will be dealt with after this meeting. And lastly, apologies, as we go through each part, we start the numbering system again, so that may have got a little bit confusing for people who were referring to and fro. I personally, I mean, as we worked together, each task force member had a buddied a drafter. The full credit for all this work goes to the drafters, and in this case, I acknowledge Jamie's work was outstanding. Could I just jump 2 slides, Michelle, if that's all right? Next one. Now, this diagram to me is the only really substantive debatable issue in this section. So I just want to pause that at the moment and then go back to slides 2 more back. So I'll let Jamie lead us through the paragraphs from paragraph 1, but just with the reservation, we will come to that diagram soon, and that'll be a conversation, but for us to be sequential. And I'll also ask whether Jamie's got any other introductory comments you'd like to make.
No, I think we just get going, Bill.
So this is on paragraphs 1 to 7, beginning on page 7 of the board paper, and then related application material A1 through 18. Any comments?
So Tom, maybe I'll just make one introductory comment for this section, and that's to say that there was a couple of ways the task force could have structured part 2. And I suspect we'll get some comments about the fact that relevant ethical requirements and acceptance and continuance come up twice in the section. So the reason for that was there were some principles that are directed to the practitioner, including for relevant ethical requirements and acceptance and continuance. And so we wanted to deal with who was responsible first before then getting into the detailed requirements for the engagement leader. The alternative would have been to address it by the subject of the requirement. So put all the relevant ethical requirements together, put all the acceptance and continuous requirements together. That's really a geography question. If board members have a strong preference in that, we'd like to hear those. But just to sort of preempt, I think we might hear some of those comments. Thanks, Tom.
And it is some of the ultimate logic that it's consistent with the flow of the standard to do it in order, right? Okay, thank you, Jamie, for that context. Paragraphs 1 to 7, related application material. Sachiko?
Thank you. I have a comment on paragraph 2, actually about the subject. It states that practitioner shall accept or continue the engagement. But when I look at paragraph 11 and 12, it states that the engagement leader shall, and in my mind, they are all dealing with who shall determine acceptance and continuance relating matter. I think paragraph 2 also be read as the engagement leader shall. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Eric?
Thanks. And not sure exactly how to, what my suggestions are to respond to the comments I'm about to make, but there's, we identified sort of a couple of gaps in this first part of part 2. It's come up frequently in our discussions about service organizations and, you know, at the supply chain level and things like that, in terms of how you're obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence when they're using service organizations to collect the sustainability information. It's not covered in this area. And the second one was in dealing with the fact that a lot of these engagements will likely we suspect will be conducted by the auditor of the financial statements, and recognize that it's a different, probably something that has to be covered in a lot more detail, but there's certainly questions about the relationship of gathering evidence for that when the work has been done potentially already by the audit team, and whether that could be at least brought into the overall concepts. Thanks.
Julie?
Thank you. Bill, sorry to disappoint, but I have a couple comments beyond just the chart that you flashed up. On paragraph 7, which deals with the firm level quality management point, I put this in a similar category as to the discussion we had on relevant ethical requirements, because I think that the same problem could apply here when we start talking about a system of quality management that's at least as demanding as ISQM1. So whatever we decide to deal with on relevant ethical requirements, I feel like we need a similar approach to this, because I don't know how a non-accountant practitioner is able to assess that. So we need some guidance, application material, something in the introduction, something to deal with that point. On paragraph 10 talks about characteristics and responsibilities of the engagement leader, and the responsibilities piece felt a little bit light, or in some respects missing. So I know that there's content in ISA 3000 paragraphs 33 to 35 that might be useful to bring in there, because right now paragraph 10 largely talks about characteristics as opposed to responsibilities. And then paragraph 26, which is starting to talk about the EQR, would be helpful, I think, to have responsibilities of an EQR in that section. The paragraph really covers only what the engagement leader discusses with the EQR. So again, there is some content within ISA 3000 that might work. And it would probably be helpful to put that in that section as well. And then lastly, paragraph 28C, and this is also tied to the system of quality management point. There's a determination in paragraph 28C, but it kind of leaves you hanging a little bit. So you determine whether the practitioner applies the system of quality management. This would be if you have another practitioner that's done some work that you're going to use. But then what do you do with that determination? It feels a little bit open-ended, and there needs to be, I don't know, maybe determine is not the right verb. Maybe it needs to be evaluate and take appropriate action or something there, because it just says determine. So determine, and then do you just leave it? So if for instance, you determine that they don't have a system of quality management that might be acceptable, do you have to do something about it? Is it good enough that they just have one? So anyway, it felt a little bit like a bit of a naked requirement there without any sort of guidance to the practitioner as to what to deal with. And then lastly, and I think this would go in this part too, we don't have anything at the moment that deals with consolidated sustainability information. So I think it might have been Billy who talked about, or someone talked about at the beginning, that there may be a future need for some additional requirements or a standard that deals with groups. But I think there could be circumstances where sustainability information is being consolidated up, and we don't have anything right now, I believe, that deals with that. So if you think about an analogy to 600, it would be some of the risks that might relate to that, just the consolidation of the information itself. So we have that content in ISA 600 revised, and maybe that might be worth considering for the standard. That's all I had. Thanks, Tom.
Can I just respond quickly to that? Thanks, Julie. You're quite, all those comments were quite valid. You did jump ahead though. We're only on paras 1 to 7, so at this stage. But so I just hold on those last two comments you mentioned about 28C and group information. I think that they're valid comments. That we'll come back to those when we discuss the matrix. Okay, but otherwise your points are taken.
Greg.
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to reinforce and pick up a little bit on one of Julie's comments, just about, I guess, paragraph 1 and paragraph 7 in this little section, which is the ethical versus the quality management. Because I think whatever we do for one, we should try and, you know, it should be our starting point for the other one. So in other words, they should be seen as similarly important, and the way we define as demanding as, etc. I think, you know, we should be consistent between those two key pillars that will underpin this standard. So at the moment, for example, we've got 2 or 3 application paragraphs for the ethical one, and I think the quality side goes into a much more detail about it. We're aiming for a standalone standard. It just feels, and we've already talked about it actually, and when we were talking about the definition, but I think the guidance that underpins the ethical part of this is probably light currently, and we need to add some more.
Okay. Call for consistency on how we treat as demanding for QMs and ethics. Okay. Any reaction to comments? Bill, Jamie?
Yes, thanks, Tom. So yes, as you said, paragraphs 1 and 7, the task force will look at that and come up with a holistic solution there. Sasco, paragraph 2, there are existing requirements today, both on acceptance. One is addressed to the practitioner and one is addressed to the engagement leader. So I'm not sure changing 2 to the engagement leader would be the right answer, but the task force can certainly talk about if we move those 2 requirements together, it might make it clearer and understand the relationship between the 2. Eric, the task force hasn't discussed the points you raised, so we will need to do that. Yeah, I think that's us for.
Josephine?
So to Jamie's point, they're different things. So so we could bring them together because it's part of that whole process. But the practitioner is thinking about in 2, when I'm going into accepting continuing this engagement, I have to go through these steps. I have to make sure that there are preconditions in place. I have to make sure there's a common understanding, etc. But there is a process under ISQM1 when it comes to acceptance and continuance that the firm is ultimately responsible for. And but the engagement leader, and of course it's scalable, we've seen it in 220 as well, has to ultimately make a decision as to whether the process the firm went through, including thinking to Jamie's point about, you know, do I have the preconditions, etc. They have to draw a conclusion on that. So they're slightly different pieces. They are connected, but they're slightly different. So we could potentially pull them together to make it more streamlined for you, but it's just important to remember that they're dealing with different matters. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Philly?
Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to clarify, I think on the relevant ethical requirements and the quality management, we've heard a few board members now talk about the as demanding part. I think we accept that we will be clearer on that and bring in both the relevant ethical and the QM side. I just want to manage expectations a little bit here. Remember, you have to recognize that the practitioner determines that, but it's within a system. It's within a system of quality management where the firm will have to play a role, and it is within a system where the standards are implemented, there are also the regulators that will have to play a role. So we can only define what we mean for purposes of our standards. So when we were designing these standards, we intend them to be used under these circumstances, and to that extent, we can clarify that. But you have to recognize that the practitioner is not making these decisions in a vacuum. It is in the context of the system of quality management and a system of regulation, if there is law regulation around this.
So
So, I mean, really, you've described the firm system of quality management, and I wasn't quite sure where to raise this in the context of what we have, because the discussion is around the engagement leaders processes. But as I was reading through some of this, I was expecting that there would be the firm will have to consider certain things in relation to these assignments as well. So there's a discussion in the next section we come to about the practitioner's capability, and it talks about the engagement leader determining or making those decisions. And yet, in this kind of situation, I would expect that the firm would have policy. The firm would need to be doing evaluating policies or setting policies. And I would anticipate, for example, that there would be more in the way of consultation required in acceptance of assignments in this area. And I wasn't sure how this comes through in this kind of standard, but I wouldn't anticipate these things being purely the remit of the engagement leader, because a lot of these things, they're new assignments. There's a lower level of base knowledge across across maybe the firm, the practitioners, and so on. So I don't know where that crops up, but it's certainly a consideration.
Thanks, Sue. So obviously this is, we have ISQM1, and we know that's really the place where this should be, and where those decisions are made, and where those policies and procedures are put in place. And we recognize that. So maybe I think we're not necessarily looking for, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're not necessarily looking for requirements here, which we don't even have in an audit situation. But you're looking for something that brings that context or to life a little bit more. And maybe it's something we can think about as a task force in the application material. I hate to keep adding more, but just to bring some of these ideas to life, and some of these particular examples where you may be thinking more about when the firm is thinking about policies and procedures in accordance with ISQM1, something around that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
I was thinking of enhanced consultation or something, because you would expect that in these new situations.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, we can look at that. Thank you.
any more comments on this section? What I propose to do now is take a break. We'll break for a half hour, resume at 4:30, and then we'll finish the rest of part 2 today, and then we'll be finished with the sustainability portion of today's schedule. And okay, does that work for everyone? Great, good discussion so far. Thank you. We're going to start in 2 minutes. Okay, let's get back to business here. I was accused of not running a tight ship, letting the timetable slip, right, Josephine?
I think we were apologizing for potential slipping of timetable, so not the opposite, in fact. One thing I did want to just mention before I hand back over to Bill and Jamie is that as we're going through this and we're now starting to talk about getting into the requirements and into the application material, it might be worth, as we were talking in the break, it might be worth keeping in mind whether actually what you're looking for is really educational material and, you know, sticking to our CUSP guidelines around what is application material, why it's there, why it's important, because I think we definitely will be thinking about guidance here, of course. So we've already talked about that in previous board meetings where that would be necessary and helpful, in fact, particularly in respect to the fact that you've got non-practitioners picking up these standards too, and some things that we might be able to help them with. So as you're thinking of ideas then and thinking we might need X application material for that, maybe judge yourself whether in fact that might be better as educational material. So just if you wouldn't mind keeping that in mind, that'd be really helpful. And on that note, then I will hand back to Bill and Jamie. Thank you.
Michelle, could you go to the next slide, please? Okay, we'll quickly cover paragraphs 8 to 10. I say quickly, it's in your hands, and then we'll move on to the matrix. So, so if there are no questions, we'll move on to the matrix. And oh, Diane.
Diane, I value your input here.
Wow, wait, slow down there a minute, Big Bill. Okay. So both my comments are on paragraph 10. The first one is the first bullet, which talks about, I know it's a direct lift from 3,000, but it talks about extensive training. I question whether we have to give a little bit of color as to extensive training. And the only reason, again, is looking at the audience and their knowledge. I could be persuaded either way, but the word extensive training just felt like we wanted to give a little color. The second is a little bit, it's connected to our discussions we've been having about these relevant ethical requirements. And this is another one, which is pretty baseline, which is we've always said that we want this to be a self-standing, overarching set of standards. But we also acknowledge that the first time this comes out, people coming into this may have a decent knowledge of the ISAs. Actually, I take that back. It was about the ISQM again, about is there a place in here where the partner would have a requirement to understand ISQM1, similar to what we were talking about at the firm. Does the partner individually need to understand it relative to calling out specifically the quality standards?
Wendy?
Same comment as Diane on extensive, because that's just a word and I don't know that that's defined anywhere what that means. And that somewhat ties into the knowledge perhaps of ISQM1, where you might set some baseline for education. And I think I want to make sure that I'm clear on what my issue with the relevant ethical standards and ISQM1 is at this point. It's not that I don't think it's clear in the standard to practitioners who are mostly the ones that are going to use it, or mostly the ones that understand it. I'm worried about a non-practitioner not having the context and the prior experience to understand it. And where is that going to come from? And then my further worry to that is actually we're writing these standards for non-practitioners. Are they going to then say, this is too complex, I can't read the pages of IAASB or ISQM1, I'll figure something else out. So it's a balancing act. I don't have a solution, but that's really my concern.
Kai?
Thank you. My question or comment is around consistency, around assurance skills and technique. In paragraph 10, we say that it's developed through extensive training and practical application. And in the definition, we say it's the skills that you've shown or that you've used during the engagement. I'll find the exact wording. It seems to be circular. Isn't it the skills that you would need in order to do the engagement, not what you have done? Because at least the way that I read it, it seems to be circular. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? We didn't mean to discourage people from commenting. No, Bill, you were just anticipating a lot of positive support for what you're doing, not discouraging input. Okay. You want any reactions?
Take all those on board, they're all relevant. And I think the ethics and ISQM1 is a bigger issue,
Yeah.
separate to this particular section. So we know we've got that. So the others are all valid, and we'll take them on board.
Okay. Back to you.
We can go to the next slide now, and this is where I will hand over to Jamie. Michelle. We're hoping you'll find this does make things easier, but we're seeing it from our lens. So open, back to, I'll let you talk. Jamie will explain it.
Thanks, Bill. So the task force just found this matrix to be useful in terms of thinking about who's going to be involved in this engagement and what then does that trigger in terms of what the practitioner needs to be thinking about. And the key driver that the task force quickly came to was that the principal question that the practitioner needs to be thinking about is, can I be sufficiently involved in this work? And that's consistent with the recent revisions to ISA 220 revised and also ISA 600 in terms of how we think about the group auditors' relationship with component auditors. We will come back to groups separately. But that was sort of the key principle. And that question about can you be involved really drives what requirements then apply from the standard. And this really starts off with the key requirement in paragraph 18, which sets up the question about whether the practitioner can be sufficiently involved, in particular in relation to using the work of an expert and using the work of another practitioner. If someone's a part of the engagement team, the task force felt it was self-evident that you can be sufficiently involved in people from your own firm and also an expert from your own firm. So hopefully that just frames how the task force thought about this, and then we'll open it up. If we move to the next slide, please, Michelle, for comments on paragraphs 11 through 20. And as I say, where this really kicks in is paragraph 18.
So I saw a number of you straining your eyes at the screen. If you go to the issues paper, it's the very last page of the issues paper is the appendix that's being referred to. Diane?
First of all, I love the chart. Who doesn't love a chart? I have a couple comments. One, second row, we talk about an internal expert, which we've defined, but could there be an external expert? So I just question that. The second, on your big juicy one, which is paragraph 18, I think paragraph 18 as it's written now talks about having sufficient and appropriate involvement in the work that's done. And that's slightly different than the 220 words. And I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. I also question if you go to 620, the way 18 is drafted today seems to raise the bar in the level of involvement over the work performed by those experts compared to what exists in 620 today. So that's probably my most meaningful comment is, are we raising the bar too high above what's existing today in 620? And then the last comment is internal audit. You could have, again, you could use internal audit different ways. And I think, again, this chart is very helpful because I think you can have a lot of hands in these types of engagements. So I think where you're going is absolutely spot on. I'm just trying to make sure that it's as complete as it can be. An internal audit, you could use it in two ways. You could rely on the work done by internal audit. You could also use them as a direct assistance model to the auditor, almost like a body shop where they become on your staff. And so I know this is really dealing with using the work of internal audit, but do we want to even mention about direct assistance model? So internal audit, two versions, internal, external expert. And then again, just going back to 620 and saying, are we raising the bar too high on the level of oversight and involvement you have in the work that they're doing? Thanks.
Sachika?
Thank you. I have a comment on paragraph 18 and A43 and the thought process explained in the issue paper, including the appendix 3. I think the explanation in the issue paper and appendix 3 is very helpful. But two comments. One is that we need to make sure that that thought process is not inconsistent with the concept in 220 and 600 with regard to the concept of another practitioner, which is stated as work performed by others. And secondly, the thought process explained in issue paper and appendix 3 is, I think, a little bit hard to read from the standard, especially about the work performed by others. So my suggestion is task force to explain clearly in the application material what is explained in the agenda item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we?
So first of all, a small comment on the earlier part where I think Jamie was inviting comments on whether the preference of the board is to have the structure as it is now or to put it by the process. So for example, acceptance, do you want to put the practitioner and the engagement leader together? And I didn't place my card up earlier. I just want to express my preference now for putting them together because I think it just make it a lot easier to understand how it's done in practice. So that's just putting forth my preference. My comments are a like comment. It's just on paragraph 14 and 15. And I think this is an example where we take similar concepts from two different places, put them together, but have not really had a chance to merge them. So 14 and 15, I think, talks to the threat to compliance with relevant ethical requirements. One is from 220, one is from 3000. And I just see an opportunity for us to sort of merge them together. So I just want to raise this as an example for the task force to think about. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Edo?
Thank you. I really only had a small comment. That's in respect of paragraph 20. You may have seen that for the ISO for LCE, that particular requirement has been taken out. And you wonder whether it's necessary here as well.
Okay, any other comments? Indeed, we got some suggestions on clarifications, but it seems to me general support for the approach that you guys took.
Yeah, I don't want to underestimate the time it took us to put that diagram together. And again, we've raised this with the task force. We don't have diagrams in or matrices in standards. So we'd certainly like this to be somewhere in the educational or other material, as you mentioned earlier, Josephine. I think it's pretty important to have. But that, I mean, all those comments were valid. We can take those on board. I don't think anything there is one. Yep.
Yeah, no, really useful comments. Just one clarification, Dan, if I can just ask. The internal versus external experts point you raised. So we were trying to say in the matrix that if the expert is internal to your firm, then they're just part of your engagement team, therefore you're following the direction, supervision, review. So I just wanted to clarify what your specific point on that was.
Yeah, I think just affirming that. So in other words, they would just fall in the normal course. They're a member of the engagement team and just almost like, just again, in the spirit of completeness, so that if somebody who's not up to speed and maybe not as knowledgeable, they can say, okay, which bucket am I in? What do I have to do? That's all.
Can we go to the next slide, please, Michelle? So we'll move on to requirements 21 to 26 and the related application material. And this is really addressing the rest of the engagement leader's responsibilities, including the direction, supervision and review requirements. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, 21 to 26, A48, A61. Eric?
Thanks. During my consultations, a couple of questions were asked about why the requirements in 220 paragraphs 35 and 37 were not picked up. And they deal with the need for consultations and dealing with differences of opinion. And there's a view that in these kinds of engagements, those are going to be pretty common. So we're just wondering if they needed to be considered for this part as well. Thanks.
Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I also have a comment related to the term consolidated, like Eric. First of all, I have a general comment. I know that in the CSR directive, there's the term consolidated sustainability report. I do not know exactly what this means. I know what it means about consolidated financial statements, of course, and I teach it to my students, but I don't know how to teach consolidated sustainability reports. Because consolidation in general means to eliminate a relation between the entities which belong to the same groups and which relation exists referring to sustainability information. So that's my general problem. It's not a problem of our standard, but it's a problem referring to the CSRD. Maybe here's anyone who can help me. Then I have a specific comment relating to A45. There's the term consolidated sustainability information. Given the way the definition and requirements are designed, I do not believe we use the concept of consolidated sustainability information, particularly since the boundaries of such information extends beyond a group as defined in ISO 600 revised. So paragraph A45 may need to be redrafted accordingly. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. So,
Thanks. I know that there's going to be an exercise to make some of the examples a bit more sustainability focused and so on. And I thought paragraphs A55 and A59 would be good candidates for looking at perhaps reflecting the fact that these are new engagements for people. There may be both the entity and the practitioner may be less familiar with the requirements. Rules, the whole situation may be evolving. So I think there's some opportunities there to move on from what we have in the audit context into the current environment.
thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Eric, maybe just to respond to your question. So the requirements you referred to were included at one point, but the task force discussed whether they were essential to this standard. And what we decided was that the considerations you've referred to have been wrapped up in the concluding section. So they're in the application material for the engagement leader to consider informing their conclusion, whether appropriate consultation, differences of opinion, etc., have all been appropriately resolved. So there was a discussion, but that's how the task force decided to address those matters.
Any other reactions?
If we can move on, please, Michelle. So we just included the matrix again here because we're now going to come on to the detailed requirements that address experts and the work of another practitioner. So we can just jump again to the next slide, please, Michelle. So requirements 27 to 29 and A62 through A78.
Okay. Any comments? Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Excuse me. Para 28C caught my attention because I wasn't quite sure what it required. So the practitioner, if someone else has already done some other work, the practitioner shall determine whether that practitioner applies a system of quality management. So it sort of doesn't really go anywhere. Like if you answer yes or no, I'm not sure what you do. But also, how far is the reach of this whole, how far are we reaching into the other practitioners' systems, including ethical stuff, I guess. So I was wondering about the boundary of that one. But at the moment, it's a bit of a so what with the current wording. Yep.
Thank you. Wendy?
All right. Thank you, Tom. So I was similarly confused on 28 in what is required here. And what do you do with this work? You don't refer to it. You're going to take it into your assurance report, I believe, because I believe it's like ISO 600, but I'm not really clear on that. And then I want to go back to 27. And this is a small point, but I couldn't find, so this section is work to be performed by the practitioner's external expert. And it gives some criteria. I wasn't really sure, and this may go back to something Diane said a little while ago. What are we doing to validate the internal expert? So, and I'm not really sure, it's not here, but it was just a thought because I wanted to find it to see how different it was internal.
So yeah, so if it's an internal expert, we've said you're part of the engagement team, therefore all the directions, supervision and review requirements, so 21 through 24 will apply. So the thinking is that the engagement leader has to direct, supervise and review the work performed by that internal expert. And that would be how the engagement team would get comfortable with the work that was performed.
But as far as competence and the other factors, that would be part of the system, ISQN1 system within the firm.
Right. I'm just thinking for the internal and the external expert that the engagement leader might not have the expertise themselves to be able to do that. So I'm not sure exactly how that gets addressed. But can park that on the side for a moment. Back to this section, I'm wondering whether or not we need more concepts from 620 in here to validate the external expert in terms of their competency, because I only see 127B to address that.
Wendy, could you started off though, I think, making a comment on paragraph 28, and I'm not quite sure I understood what your challenge was. So if you wouldn't mind just going back to that. And then the other point you've just raised on 27 little a, I assume you're talking about the competence and capabilities point here and whether we should consider extending that. So 2 points.
B, 27B.
Extending 27B.
To bring in the concepts from 620.
In relation to?
Evaluating objectivity. This seems light compared to what's in 620.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's helpful. And then 28?
And 28, so, and maybe I'm confused because we have this split responsibility concept in the US. So it just wasn't, sorry. So, so the split responsibility is when you rely on it, when you refer to another auditor, but you don't take them under your auditor's opinion. So, but the ISIS don't have that. For ISIS 600, everybody that you use, you take responsibility for. So my question was, does 28 say that you have to take responsibility for this work?
No, it doesn't. So 28 is dealing with a situation which we recognize is more likely in these engagements where perhaps ISO certification has already been formed on one part of the sustainability information, but because of the assurance practitioner's responsibility, that gets caught up in their own engagement. The work's already been performed. Therefore, the engagement leader can't get sufficiently and appropriately involved in the same manner. So then they have to judge the work through a different means. And so that's what we're trying to capture, 28A, B, C, and D, and E. So that's why we're recognizing that in this particular engagement, there may be more instances where you do actually have to recognize the work's already done. So you haven't been able to direct, supervise it and review it in the same manner you would if they were under your wing, as it were.
Right, but yeah. I can use it. I can use it.
Provided you tick all the boxes and you're comfortable that having then performed your own procedures over that work, that it's sufficient appropriate evidence for your needs, then yes. But
I don't have to refer to that other practitioner. I just take it into my work. Okay.
I think that going back to Greg's point, I questioned here the terminology, a system of quality management, just in relation to the thinking of where the market is on who the likely practitioner is in this instance. And do we need either more explanation around that or a slightly different term, because it is definitely germane to our literature. Okay, we had Edo.
Thank you. So I'll come in at paragraph 28, where this now seems to say something different than what we have in 600. And I struggle with it. Yeah, I struggle with it quite a bit. I do think I have a bit of a solution, but as soon as you use work from another practitioner that has been done before, I don't see that as so. We had this discussion around 600 where an equity accounted investment work's already been done. You look at that work, see whether it's indeed in line with what you would have expected it to be done, and you review working papers. And that last bit is not in here. And we cannot break that with 600. I do appreciate that the reporting group, of course, can be a lot larger here, particularly if you talk about scope 3 emissions or value chain. But for elements of the, or for the elements that are within the boundary of the entity, I think we cannot break with 600. We need the same requirements of direction, supervision, and review. And that review bit is still possible for the elements that are within the entity's boundaries. I can accept a conditional requirement for work that's been performed for reporting bits that are outside of, so within the reporting group, but outside of the entity's boundaries. So that would be the possible solution to get me comfortable with this. But at the moment, the way this is written, this is insufficiently strong and breaks the concepts of supervision, direction, and review that I think is necessary in overseeing the work performed. Thank you.
Diane.
First and foremost, I agree with Ado, and I'm also, my comment is on paragraph 28. I think in addition to what you said about staying true to 600, I also think there's a possibility to split the baby a bit. I don't know if people say that expression, but split the baby a bit, where the information you may be looking to use was actually issued under some other standard, or there was no report. It's kind of just information. It's truly information that's available, but there's no guidance. It was never, it doesn't have an opinion on it, et cetera. And I think to the extent you are relying on a piece of work that follows existing standards, yes, I agree, we stay true to 600. If we want to begin to use work that there was no report behind it, I think we even have to do more. And so I would just suggest that, again, it comes a little bit back to what is that more? Because now you're getting into really understanding, you know, everything, their scope, their competence, their knowledge. And, you know, I just think we have to demonstrate there could be a scale here issue as to what is the product that you want to rely on.
Chong-Wei.
On 28 as well. And I think all the comments that came before me, they are valid comments. I slightly different angle, just the way it's being worded, it sounds a little bit like a yes or no. So you sort of go through A to D, and then you either can use or you cannot use. And I wonder if that is the intent. I think A71, the application material is quite helpful as it clarifies that you exercise your professional judgment and determine based on the circumstances, nature, and extent of the work of the other practitioners that can be used. And I'm just wondering whether that concept of, you know, determining how much to use, the extent to which you can use, should be brought into the requirement. And maybe we can use a little bit of what we have in paragraph 29D to facilitate that, because it talks about, you know, the whether and the extent to which, so that the extent to which is missing here, I think. Thanks.
Anyone else like to come in? Get in the room. Okay, we've gotten a number of comments here, many focused on 28, but a couple of others. Are you ready to take them on?
No, I think those are all very useful comments. What we were trying to get to with paragraph 28 was, what does the practitioner need to do to be able to use this evidence? And so I think particularly Diane, Chunby, Ado, those comments about we maybe don't have enough emphasis on the how much needs to be done is really useful. So I think we can focus on that, take the points that it's a bit binary in terms of think about these things, yes, no, but what does that mean? And also in relation to the comments that I think Greg and Julie, you raised about the system of quality management. So I think really useful points there the task force can take away and sort of look to further refine this requirement.
Okay, any further comments on this section?
I would just add that I think you guys have done a great job on this section. So I don't want to leave it in a bad tone. I mean, I think this is a really important aspect of the standard. I think we're going to see more and more people involved in these types of engagements, all different types of people. So I think this is a really, really important area. And I think you've got 80% of it there. We just got to tighten it up a bit. I didn't want to end on a bad note.
Now that's exactly how we're hearing it too, Diane. I mean, as I said earlier, I thought that the matrix was going to be the one which had the most discussion. We're getting it now when we get into the particular paragraphs that need tightening in the requirements.
You're allowed to participate according to Bill next round. Yeah. That's what happens when you leave the task force.
So if we go to the last slide, please, Michelle, on part 2. And this takes us up to the end of part 2. So the rest of the requirements, so fraud, laws, communications, and documentation. So requirements 30 through 39 and A79 to A93, please.
Greg.
Thanks, Tom. So para 30 and A81. So para 30 is about maintaining professional skepticism, which is good, but probably not sufficient, because if you find something, what do you do? So if you look at A81, the third bullet there talks about responding actually to what you've spotted. So I wonder if there's a requirement buried in A81 that maybe needs to come in.
I think the whole concept of fraud and this concept will get a lot of attention, so it's probably good to beef that up.
Tom, maybe just quick on that one. We may get to this tomorrow as well. So there's a further requirement in part 7 about responding to risk, and we can maybe when we get to part 7, we can decide whether that's enough between these two, or if there's still a need for more.
Yeah, I just, one of the things, just reflecting on the CAG discussions too, and the emphasis on greenwashing, I don't think there's going to be too much added. I just think we should be very sensitive to that point. So another requirement probably wouldn't be overkill necessarily, even if it's just complementary to what exists. But I trust the task force to be sensitive to that fact. Okay. Sachiko.
Thank you. I have 2 comments on this section. One is about paragraph 30, which is about fraud. Other than this requirement, I couldn't find any requirement that are relating to the assessment of fraud risk. And I know that fact that fraud is not included in the 6th priority area in this project, but I think there are still some we could do more in terms of fraud, for example, assessment of fraud risk for reasonable assurance engagement. And also, my second comment is on paragraph 37 about communication with those charged with governance. This is kind of very principle-based requirement. and I can relate to the need to enable application of the standard to broad range of assurance engagement. But if we consider the standard to be used in a lot of mandatory or regulated assurance, I think we need to add more specificity to refer to something like plan scope, timing of the engagement, significant findings, etc., that are required in ISAS 260. That's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, that your first comment, I think, was building on what we just said on the fraud side. I'll let the team respond to your second one in a second. But Diane, I know your propensity to want us to finish on a really high note, so I really look forward to.
So noted, Thomas. This is an easy one. It's Jamie, I hate to say it's on our subject documentation. Paragraph 38 and 39, just, I'm getting older and I'm trying to remember what we decided. I know that the spirit of this is sitting underneath kind of overall. So I think this is designed to give out the overall, but I can't remember where we landed, if we wanted all the documentation pushed back to the specific areas. And if that was the case, that, why was no CLAR brought forward into here in paragraph 39? And so I was just trying to understand what's in scope in this section versus pushed back into the individual. So that was my comment, which I think is a fairly benign comment.
I think that qualifies.
Yeah, it's a nice comment.
It's nice.
Great comment, Diane. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Bill. You're okay.
Thank you, Dan. That's a softball. I can deal with that one. So yes, part 4 deals with the general principles for the documentation requirements. So this is a bit of a, again, it's a geography location. 38 and 39 are actually what I'll class as specific documentation requirements, because the requirements around NOCLAR and relevant ethical requirements are in part 2. So it's just this issue, we've got some specific documentation requirements coming up before we've even hit the general documentation requirements. So I think the task force can take that away and discuss how to resolve that so people don't get too confused.
Yeah, and the only reason is it's sitting under a heading called Fundamental Concepts, General Principles, and Overarching. And I think you just said it's specific.
Yeah, I have a bit of a suggestion, but we'll need to take it to the task force.
Okay, I think that's the last intent. Any other comments, reactions?
Maybe just on Sachiko's point about the communication. So the task force did discuss how detailed to get, and we had one version that had about 6 requirements, one that had about 3 requirements, and the version you see, which is basically the 3,000 position. The task force went with the 3,000 position, but we have discussed alternatives. So again, the task force can reflect on the feedback and take that one away.
And if I could just add one summary comment, which again will be relevant to the next day and a half, is that there was a lot of decisions had to be made about how much of the ISAs and other previous material could be taken up in this without making it encyclopedic. So, and you're raising points which are all valid, but decisions were made in that context.
Isabel?
Yes, I'm a member of the task force, but on this last and specific point, I think we have to keep in mind that there's a wide variety of sustainability assurance engagement. The one we have all in mind for the moment are the ones that are going to be mandatory in Europe, where you have a full sustainability report on which an assurance provider has to issue a conclusion. But there are many assurance reports already performed, assurance engagement already performed, which are very specific and focused on one specific element of sustainability. It can be on headcount, it can be on any element of E, S, and G. And it's something that is often requested by management with a very short time frame, and whose chart with governance are not involved. and it's already done. So it's very difficult to mandate communication to who's charged with governance when who's charged with governance are not involved at all in some of these very tiny and focused engagements.
Okay. Any other? Yeah. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Isabel, for your explanation now, and I understand the issue, but yeah.
So leave it as it is then.
Yeah,
for that.
that's
Thank
fine,
you.
yeah.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay. Bill, Jamie, anything else?
Oh, I think that covers our part, and thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, Josephine, back to you.
Yes, no, thank you. That's fantastic. There's been some great comments there and lots of positivity too. So appreciate that. And we're right on time, so I'm not going to say anything more. So I stick to it. Thank you.
I get some credit for being on time too, right? If you blame me for the past missteps. Okay, this has been a really productive day. A lot of important topics discussed. We're right on schedule on the sustainability topics. Tomorrow morning, we begin with our external guests. It starts with Sue Lloyd, then Besh and Buck, then Patrick, and then David Madden at the end. I think it'll be a really good session. Come armed with questions. Remember, this is in the context of the ecosystem and our assurance standard that we're developing. Vili, you have any administrative notes or impressions you want to share on today?
No, Tom, nothing further from me.
Jim Dowkin, would you like to share anything?
And no, other than I thought the discussion, it was a good discussion, and some of the similar points were brought up at the CAG. So I think that's good progress.
Janine?
Yes, good discussions today, and very impressive the work that has been done on the sustainability project. So well done.
Special congratulations to Neil and Greg. You survived day one. And I'm sure jet lag is hitting you hard right now, Greg. Well, thank you everyone for your participation today. Thank you for any observers who are following us online. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.